jaribu microphone kwanza. Sawa.
Natafutia kwanza mjue.
Kwani umepata ngapi hizo? Mtaalamu vipi? Salama.
Hello. Good morning. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Yes. Hello. Yes. Hello. 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 Good morning. Tunajaribu. tunajaribu. Yes, 1 2. Hello.
for people sitting at the back. We need to fill the first rows in front. And also breakfast will be served in next 10 minutes. And our breakfast area is just at the back of the venue. Breakfast will be served for 20 minutes, and we will begin our first session by 10 a.m. Karibuni sana. For those sitting at the back, please come forward. We need to fill the first rows in front. So for those who are coming late, you will be able to sit at the back. If we can fill the first 5 rows in front. Thank you. Hello. Good morning, delegates, and welcome to the fourth Tanzania Cyber Security Forum here at Mount Meru, the beautiful city of Arusha. We are honored to have you with us as we dive into key conversation around cybersecurity and digital resilience. And as we begin, please kindly move forward and fill the front rows. This will help us to create more engaging atmosphere for all of us. For your convenience, restrooms are located at the back of the venue. Just step outside, the doors outside at the back, and turn left. The breakfast is ready now. They will be served at the just behind you. You see some cocktail table at the back. Breakfast will be served for 20 minutes. Please, 5 minutes to 10, all of us will be back at the venue and our program will begin. Karibuni sana. Breakfast is ready now. Attention all delegates, please, may you take your seat now. We can begin our morning session, please. Please kind move forward and occupy the front rows to help us to create a more engaging and connected environment, please. For those who are sitting at the back, there's few gaps. Please, let's occupy the first front 5 rows, please. Okay. Good morning, delegates. I trust everyone is just enjoy the breakfast and get energized for exciting day ahead of us for the 4th Tanzania Cyber Security Forum. We are about to start shortly. I believe everyone has got the today program. Before I welcome our guest of honor for opening remarks, our guest of honor today is the Director General of the ICT Commission, whose leadership continue to drive Tanzania digital transformation and cybersecurity development. So delegates, you are present today, as you can see, highlight the importance of collecting efforts, strengthening our national cyber resilience, and look forward to your insight. We look forward for insights, aspiration as we embark of the 2-day of knowledge sharing, collaboration, and innovation. Obviously, before I welcome the guest of honor, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our valued sponsors for supporting the 4th Tanzania Cyber Security Forum. Our sponsors, UCSAF, thank you so much for your continued support. We look forward to welcome you on site later. I think they have another session before they can join us today. The European Union, obviously your partnership in advancing cybersecurity efforts and capacity building in Tanzania is very truly appreciated, and we've seen some impact to our country. Together we strengthen Tanzania digital future. I would like now to welcome the Director General of ICT Commission, Dr. Nkunde Mwasaga, for a welcome remark. Karibu sana. Another round of applause, please, for our Director General.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction of our event. I'll use the English language because of two things. We have our guests who cannot speak Swahili, so it will be much better for them to understand what we are remarking about. And also, since we are streaming this event online, so we assume that this event is watched all around the world. I thank you very much for availing your time to come to our event, which is the 4th Cyber Security Forum of our country, Tanzania. As the ICT Commission, we have been having these forums where we created platforms that enable experts to come and discuss things that they have experienced in Tanzania and globally, especially in this area of cybersecurity. I would like to start with the pillars of our digital transformation guideline of our country. Our digital transformation guideline of our country is having 5 pillars. And those pillars are digital skills, digital security and trust, digital telecommunication services, digital economy, and the pillar of digital research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So we can see it clear that since we are embarking on transforming our country to start to use and take advantage of digital technologies and platforms so that to make our economy most competitive, the pillar of digital security and trust is very important. It's very important because this is a pillar that talks about the cyber security, personal data protection, and consumer protection. These are the things, or the bedrock, or the foundation of the digital economy, or foundation of the trust. Because we are building the economy that mainly people are using it because they have a trust. And trust is built, like I said before, by cybersecurity, personal data protection, and consumer protection. So a forum like this, which we normally held it once in a year, is very important for us. It's very important so that we can come, so we can listen to experts, both in our country and our guests that we invite them from abroad, which they appear in the program of the 2 days. What we want to do is to ensure that whenever there is a presentation, we dialogue together. We dialogue by discussing issues and things which are very important for our country. Now, before I go further, last year in the said Cyber Security Forum of Tanzania, we had our resolutions. And I would like to read those resolutions so that we can set a foundation for the discussion that we have now. The resolutions were: call upon Personal Data Protection Commission to enhance public awareness about personal data protections issues or laws. And since last April that we had our forum, there are a lot of initiatives that we have seen the Commission for Data Protection has been doing to build awareness. We build awareness because we want our people to understand all these changes that are happening and the importance of their data in building the digital economy. Then there was a resolution encouraging cyber security experts to leverage opportunities in Tanzania digital transformation to safeguard cyberspace. I'm very happy to inform you that we, ICT Commission, since we are the one that we have a credible database of experts in Tanzania, we see the number of cybersecurity experts increasing all the time. And one of the indicators that is showing that we are doing fine as a country is because in the index of global cybersecurity of last year of ITU 2024, Tanzania has been ranked among role model countries in the world. There are 57, and we are one of them. And the score that we scored as a country is 99.27, I think, point. So we are among the best countries in the world when it comes to cybersecurity, according to ITU. So this shows, this resolution, we have done justice into it, but there's more work to be done to ensure that we build a digital economy which is very secure and a digital economy that can be trusted. Though the resolution talks about advocate for support of local innovative cybersecurity solutions in Tanzania. This is very important. This is a space which is growing. The threats are emerging all the time. They are not static. So it's very important when we find solutions to all these threats of cybersecurity to take advantage of Tanzanian innovative companies that they have solutions to provide different solutions to different institutions. In the digital economy, we all understand that all institutions in Tanzania, they'll be using platform in one way or another. Government as government has more than 800 systems that they use to deliver service to our people. Those systems are supposed to be secure. Cybersecurity is a landscape that is changing all the time, and the threats are emerging most of the time. So we want to use local talent, local experts, local companies, with the collaboration with international companies to provide solutions in Tanzania. We all understand we are building inclusive digital economy, and inclusivity means we have to use our experts also and companies to provide solutions with our partners which are around the world. Another resolution is recommend a review of cybersecurity regulations to ensure participation of local experts in providing cybersecurity services. This is underway. The regulations are improved so that this can be well articulated in our systems. Then align the value of local expert registered in ICT profession to providing cybersecurity services. This has already been indicated. Personal Data Protection Commission has many guidelines which require institutions that are processing data to ensure that they are secure, and a number of things they are handled are very, very, very fine. So with that, I believe that there will be a lot of market for cybersecurity experts to provide different kinds of solutions, especially the issue that has to do with the compliancy of the guidelines of Personal Data Protection Commission of Tanzania. Also, in the area of investment in capacity building, there's a resolution which was saying acknowledge Tanzania's position in Africa and world cybersecurity ranking, and invest more in capacity building to cultivate homegrown cybersecurity experts. This one I can attest, there are many initiatives toward that. And also we have our colleagues or partners from European Union where they have a project. You'll hear from them. And one of thing is to build capacity of our expert in that. So that is the one initiative, but there are many, many initiatives toward that. Then promotion of local cybersecurity companies. Promote local cybersecurity company in delivering cybersecurity services in Tanzania. These also, there are a lot of improvements which have been done up till now, and many things are going on. We had a resolution recognizing the significance of introducing digital identity solution, such as Jamii number, to develop secure solution to public and private sector. We can all attest, Her Excellency President of United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, she well directed us to ensure that this year Jamii number will be used, and that can be used as a means to do many things. Other things that has to do with economy activities, but one of the things is to strengthen the security of digital systems of Tanzania, especially the area of identifications or authentication. So that is done, and there's a progress into that. And then we recommend introduction of cybersecurity insurance to mitigate financial losses for cyberspace incidents. This was well articulated. We'll hear more from financial institutions which are here, but this is something that need to be pursued more, to introduce cybersecurity insurance so that to mitigate issues that has to do with different threats which are coming up all the time. There was a resolution call for increased opportunity for women in cybersecurity education to bridge gender gap in cybersecurity sector. We as ICT Commission, we have our own initiative to ensure that we create an environment or a sector that is very inclusive. We want to see more women there participating, and we'll hear one of the panel is a all women panel that we have specifically chose just to show the world that we are there, we are doing a lot, and there's a lot of things that have to be done in that area. There is a resolution to recognize cybersecurity as essential for economic growth by attracting investment in Tanzania. This, as ICT Commission, we have been doing initiative, and other people also, they are doing it to ensure that we have more companies. I've seen interest from companies from Japan and other countries. We are interested to provide top-notch solutions in this country. What we are doing as ICT Commissions to ensure that they will come and collaborate with our companies and experts so that we can be able to provide something which is world-class when it comes to cybersecurity. There's to invite crucial stakeholders in Tanzania cyberspace to convene discussion in future forums. As you can see, we last year we had experts from European Union, and this time we have experts from European Union. There are experts coming from India and other countries. So we still build up this forum to ensure that we have more experts so that we can truly share things with our partners. So that is part of the resolution that we had last year, and I believe that this can be used as a founding ground for our discussion that we have now, and will come with other resolution in this forum. In the Global Security Index of the World of ITU, there are a number of things that were articulated as a bit of challenge, and we need to work on from last year to this year, and I would like to highlight them a little bit. They have seen that there's an increased ransomware attacks in the world. We need to use this forum to discuss about that, how we can mitigate these things. The reason why we talk about ransomware is because we are keen to build the digital economy, and the digital economy will be others. So we need to discuss also issues that has to do with how to protect personal data or privacy of someone because of many reasons. We are, I like to reiterate, we are digitizing our economy. So these are threats. Perhaps they might start to come in our country based on countries which are, perhaps we are competing with them in business and things like that. So cost to business, we have to look at it very much, and so that we can mitigate it easier. And then there was a threat of outages of systems. That is, You find that certain services is available today, then after sometimes it's not available. That thing, they have seen it as one of the things which has to be looked at very well. Because these things, they look at the simple things, but in actual fact, they are not simple things, because trust is very important in digital economy. And the guardians of trust are cybersecurity experts, are people who are knowing issues that have to do with data protection, and all the institutions that they are dealing with consumer protections. Once that thing is worked out very well, other things are easier to be done. But once the trust and other things has been eroded, it will be very difficult to build digital economy, and all our investment that we've done, they will go into drain because of that. So with these few remarks that I have, and I've specifically provided this information so that to set a ground, I'd like to say that the forum has started. I wish you all the best in all discussions that we are having. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to our Director General, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, the Director General of ICT Commission, for your opening remarks and your thoughtful reflection, especially on the last year resolution. Thank you again for continuing the commitment to advance for advancing the digital security in our nation. Now is we would like to welcome. We're excited to welcome Dr. Tino Neumann, Saxon Data Protection Commission from Germany, as our first speaker. And the topic he will be discussing is about dealing with data breach notification, obviously from the angle of German experience. Obviously, we would like to gain value insight into the global best practice for managing data breaches and enhancing digital security. Dr. Neumann, welcome to the podium for our speaker. A round of applause to Dr. Tino Neumann.
Will I see my presentation? Yes. No, but will I see it during my presentation?
So you need to see it.
Yeah, I have to see the slides. Is it on your computer? I have to look at the screens. I can manage.
Okay, that's fine. Let me bring this.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Yeah, the mic is turned on. Thank you for inviting me to your cybersecurity forum for the second time. I'm really honored and I'm really pleased to be here in your beautiful country again. And this time, I would like to share our experience with notifications of data breaches, personal data breaches. It is a high-ranking topic in Germany and in Europe since the relevant authorities, which is the data protection authorities, they are not aware of data breaches unless there is notification. So why this is really important under European law to report data breaches to the relevant authorities. And the relevant authorities can take measures. They can order companies, they can order public authorities to increase their security level. Like, what is forward?
Yes, forward.
This one.
Yeah.
No. Oh. No, which one? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Nkundwa already mentioned the Digital for Tanzania program from the European Union. I'm part of that program, and my colleague from Finland, Jani, will tell you more about it in his presentation tomorrow, as far as I know. Okay, so I will skip the slide and start with your law, your data protection law. It has a provision regarding the notification of personal data breach, but it does not go very into detail. So that's why I will share our experience with you. You might use it as a blueprint or whatever you want. I will just share our experience with you. Your law states that the controller or data processor shall having in place procedures to detect, handle, report, and learn from personal data breaches. So that's all. Then you as a controller have to find out how to detect, handle, report, and learn personal data breaches. But an important thing is that it states it applies only for personal data breaches. And maybe you remember this one from my last presentation. You know technical and organizational measures from IT security. But IT security is not personal data protection, it's something different. Because the rights of the data subject are not a part of IT security. So data subjects have the right to access that data, to erase that data. And that's, to be honest, not even in the interest of IT security. And on the other hand, IT security covers also non-personal data. So to give you an example, business secrets. Business secrets usually do not include personal data. So it is not covered by data protection, but it is covered by IT security. So the relevant wording is personal data. Yes, here we go. So you have relevant legislation on personal data in your law, and it starts with that it is data in any form. So not even digital data is covered by data protection law. So in case you have a piece of paper in front of you, if you make some notes on the piece of paper about your colleague, about maybe a neighbor, maybe about me, about my presentation, it is personal data. It is covered by the law, even if it's not covered by IT security, of course, because it's no digital information. And as long as the data is assigned to a certain person, it is personal data. So even the age, as you can see, is considered personal data under your law. It's the same in Europe. But in your law also states that. So even a symbol or the identifying number, you mentioned the Yanni number you introduced, it is also covered by the data protection law. So it gets even more complicated. If you have a communication with a colleague or with a friend, you exchange emails, you exchange text messages, and in your text message there is a certain opinion about someone else, about a third party. That is personal data of that third party. So the approach of personal data is enormous. So now we come to the GDPR, to the European legislation, and the European legislation is quite extensive. So you share these recommendations or not, it's up to you. I just want to make you familiar with the European law. The European law says you have to notify the relevant authority, which is the Data Protection Authority, within 70 hours. So you can't wait until like some festive season is over, even over like New Year's Eve, you have to notify within 72 hours. Unless, if you don't, you have to pay a fine. And if you don't notify within 70 hours, you have to find a reason for the delay. And there's also a difference between the processor and the controller. Usually a public authority or private company is considered the controller, but it's common that they do not process data on their own. They have another company actually processing data. Those are processors. And once the processor processes data, the controller itself is not aware of data breaches. How should he? He doesn't know. So that's why the GDPR sets an obligation for the processor to inform the actual controller, your authority, about data breaches. And then the controller have to notify the data protection authority. There are also provisions about the content of the notification. It starts, of course, what happened. So just to give you an example, a USB key is lost. Then you have to notify a USB key is lost, and you have to describe what data is on that USB key. What amount of data? Is it a huge database? Is it just some addresses from suppliers? What persons are affected? So you have to describe it in your notification, and you have to communicate the details of your data protection officer or official. In Germany, at least every public authority, or even in Europe, every public authority has appointed a data protection officer or official. Then you have to communicate the details, the communication details to us, to the data protection authority, so that we can address questions to the data protection official. So he's the one to get in contact with us. It's already the next slide. Can I go back? Yes. Then you have to describe the likely consequences of that personal data breach. So in my case, USB key is lost. What might be the consequences? And it's not the consequences for your authority. It's the consequences for the data subjects, for the persons, the data from which the data is on that USB key. And then you have to describe the measures taken to prevent that might happen again. So in my example, USB key, one measure might be to use only encrypted USB keys or other mobile storage devices. Or you might even decide to not use any mobile storage devices at all. You have your database. It is maybe in a local cloud on the computer, and you might access it from your computer, but you are not allowed to use any mobile storage devices. Might be a measure. It's up to you. It's a case-by-case analysis, but at least you have to inform us about any measures taken. Otherwise, we will ask your data protection officer. That was Article 33. It was about the notifying to the relevant authority. But on top of that, there is Article 34. You have to inform the data subjects. But of course, you don't have to inform the data subjects in any case. You have to inform only if there is a high risk to the rights and freedoms of the data subject. So, but the good news is there are exemptions. There are 3 exemptions described by the law. The first one is appropriate technical and organizational measures, such as encryption. So if in my example, the USB key was encrypted, there is no need to notify, not to the relevant authority and not to the data subjects. Then there might be subsequent measures. Example might be like a laptop disappeared. You don't know if it was stolen or what else, you don't know. And there might be the possibility that you have the remote possibility to delete the data, to encrypt your device. That might be appropriate subsequent measures. And the third and the last one, it might involve disproportionate effort. Disproportionate effort might be the case, again, my example with the USB key. There's a huge database, but the database includes only names and maybe health data or bank data or whatever. But it's only the name, no contact details. So how do you inform the data subjects? Yeah, I don't know what you would do in Tanzania. In Germany, it would be quite a challenge. So, and in that case, it would be considered as a disproportionate effort, and you don't have to inform the data subjects individually. You can put the information on your homepage in the internet, for instance. So if someone types like the address of your authority or your company, they will find the information there was a data breach. So everyone is aware of it. So there's even a paper, an extensive one from the European Data Protection Board. The European Data Protection Board is a board consisting of all European data protection authorities. And this paper includes a flowchart, how to deal with notification of data breaches. So even I cannot read, but I remember hopefully right what is in the flowchart. So you should start in the circle with was there an IT security breach? And if there was one, the next step should be, does it include personal data? And if it does include personal data, the next step is you have to assess, is there any risk? If there is no risk to data subjects again, not to your authority or to your company, if there is any risk regarding to the data subjects, then you go to yes, otherwise you go to no, and there is no need to notify. But if you find out there is a risk, you have to notify the supervisory authority, that's over here, and then you have to check if there is a high risk. And if there is a high risk, then you have to notify, or you have to communicate to the data subject. So that's basically what the flowchart is about. And the flowchart recommends to make like remarks, even if the law does not provide for it, to take notes to prevent like further data breaches. Oh, here we go. So there's even a matrix regarding the risk assessment. So that's the impact and the possibility of occurrence of a damage. And there are 4 levels, and you can fill in. I give you on the next slide some elaboration. But basically, if it's green, there's no need to notify at all. If it's yellow, you have to notify to the data protection authority. But if it's red, you have to notify to the data protection authority and the data subject as well. So, as you have seen at the matrix, there are 4 levels regarding the probability of occurrence. So the lowest one is extremely rare, so it's almost unlikely that there will be a damage. Then it's extremely rare. You are in the green area. Rare is different. There might be a chance of a damage. You don't know. So then it's rare, and you also have to consider not only the data subject, but also third parties who might be interested in the data, and they might cause the damage. So then it's rare. Then it is occasionally, it's, you don't know, it's uncertain if there is a damage. It's not unlikely, but you don't know. And again, you have to take care of third parties. And the highest level is often, then you are in the red area, it's very likely, it is be expected for damage to occur. And regarding third parties, there is an effective incentive situation. So again, my example with the USB key, is a USB key containing health data or even passwords for some accounts, and there's a sticker on it so that everyone knows it is health data or it is passwords. Then you are in an incentive situation, and you would be in the red area. So the other one is the impact, the other axis, and again there are 4 levels: low, medium, high, very high. Just to give you some examples: low, name, addresses, select or professional sector or business names, that's very low. Medium is data on rents, business relationships, birth and anniversary data. High, genetic data, biometric data, health data, data relating to sex life or sexual orientation, and so on. And very high, always in the red area, is special health data, location of persons at risk. So that's how you do a risk assessment. And then doing the risk assessment, you will find out if there is a high risk, and then you have to inform the data subjects about the data breach. Okay, just some examples, again, from the European Data Protection Board paper. A controller stored a backup of an archive of personal data encrypted on a USB key. The key is stolen during a break-in. As I already told you, there's no need, basically no need to notify, and basically the supervisory authority, no need to notify the data subject. But as long as it is a proper encryption algorithm, and as long the key for the encryption is not compromised, and the data can be restored in good time, then there is no need to notify. Next example is about medical records in a hospital are unavailable for the period of 30 hours due to a cyber attack. One might consider this is not a data protection problem, because if the data is not available, it's good for the data subject, but in this case it is obviously not. I mean, if you're in a hospital and there shall be a surgery the very next day, and your data is not available, of course it is a problem for the data subject. So of course it has to be notified to the supervisory authority and to the affected individuals. The next one is happens very often, but it is not as often considered as a data protection problem, not even in Germany or Europe. It's about emails. You send emails, you want to send in emails to a larger group of persons. So you have the choice between putting the email addresses in the to or the copy fields, or to put it in the BCC field. The difference is nobody can see what is in the BCC field, and only this one is in line with data protection law. And if you send an email with all recipients in the to or CC fields, then there might be a need to notify to the supervisory authority, depending what number of individuals are affected, and if sensitive data is revealed, also depending on the amount of data and then the kind of data. And the same is with notifying the data subject. Yeah, we have a very large increase in notifications regarding compromised email accounts. It is not only a problem for that specific email account. it is also a problem for shopping accounts. But most shopping accounts depend on an email address. And once the hacker does have your email address or your email account, he can go to the shopping account and can say, I forgot my email, my password, and then he will get the link to the email account and can reset the password for the shopping account. So it's not only about the email accounts, it's even the shopping accounts, which is much worse. So how do you find out that your email account might be compromised? That's some tips from our authority. You should check your sent folder, because in your sent folder there might be emails you not know. And in that case, your email account might be compromised. The same goes for deleted messages. If it's deleted messages, it's not from you, then it might be the hacker. He tries to cover up traces. Then if you get Anyway, if you get a notification from your provider of the email account that there was suspicious activity, then you should check. They will tell you it was from an unknown computer or from an unknown location. Then you have to check your email account. So, okay. I'll try to skip back. Okay. What could you do? You could contact the relevant authorities, which is not only the data protection authority, it might be also the law enforcement authorities. You have to remove weaknesses, meaning closing security holes, update all your software, because that might be the problem. And post-incident monitoring. You should monitor the account to prevent follow-up attacks. And a proper incident response plan should be in place. Yeah. At the end, I will inform you about the current case from our report. The data protection authorities in Europe have to present a report each year, and the report consists of relevant cases. And one of the relevant cases I will tell you about, it's a stolen notebook. It was a public authority, a public body where notebooks were stolen. And it turned out that on that notebook were data, not the complete database, it was like replications or parts of the database which were used for working purposes. But still a huge amount of data. As you can see, it was health data and even children's health data. So the person in charge told us that the IT security measures were not in place, especially there was no encryption, so they didn't even make use of the BitLocker from Windows, which comes with Windows depending on the version, which is quite good. BitLocker would be considered as sufficient measure from us, but it was not in place. Therefore, access to the personal data could be excluded. So that sounds quite clear. You have to notify the relevant authority, and you have to notify the data subjects because it's high risk, it's health data. And this was also promised at the beginning from the controller, but then it turned out that the police catch the thief, and the thief told the police that he was only interested in the notebook for resale. He was not interested in the data at all. So the controller, the public authority, came to the conclusion, in that case, there is no high risk. Because if no one is interested in that data on the laptop, there is no high risk. But we did not agree. We came to the conclusion that there's still a high risk. Because, as I told you at the beginning, you also have to consider third parties. And third parties might be interested in that data. Maybe they are interested in the laptop because of that data. You don't know. So we consider it still as a high risk. And we issued an order. We can do it. We issued an order to instruct the controller to notify the data subjects affected by the breach. And as expected, an action has now been brought against that order from the controller. So now it's up to the court to decide if there is a need for notification or not. Okay, thank you. Asante. Will I stay for questions or? I don't know. I don't know the procedure.
Thank you, Dr. Tino, for an insightful presentation. Okay, you're getting some bottle of water. So we are open for 20 minutes or 20 to 30 minutes discussion on his presentation. If there's any question or comment, or you want to add something on top of it, you want to bring in a new experience from the presentation he has shared. He has told us about the German context. How is it applicable to the Tanzanian or African context? We welcome for any, I don't want to use the term question, anything you're thinking of. Thank you. I have a first hand right, yeah, on the mic. If you could tell us your name, your institution, the region you're coming from, or even if you're outside coming from Tanzania, say it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Raise your voice, please.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Chaula, coming from CRDB as an enterprise security architect. So I had, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Timo for the great presentation. It's actually very inciting. And actually getting the experience from Germany, it's fruitful with regards to our space here in Tanzania. So, yeah, I had took note of 3 questions where I was interested to understand if you could share some best practice on how you've managed to achieve it in Germany, but likewise, probably if you can share some insights whether it has been done elsewhere in Europe. So the first question is with regards to the detection part and the learning of these data breaches. So understanding on how it's currently done. Here in Tanzania, of course, the experience is quite complex. So we don't have really the visibility of how these things happen. And basically, the visibility of any breaches at any point. So the effort is mainly siloed. That is what I can say. So it depends with most of the sectors or most of the business, whether they have that capability to learn and to detect whether there's a breach relating or concerning their customers. So how did Germany or similar experiences in Europe manage to enforce or maybe gain visibility from the government authorities to try and help these other organizations or other sectors within the country to learn and, of course, detect of these data breaches and help them gain visibility more of the breaches. So that is with regards to the detection and the learning of the breaches. Would you like to respond, or should I shoot all of them?
How do I turn it on? Or? Okay, I'll take this. Yeah, thank you for your question. And yeah, it's 2 things. The first thing is train and train the trainers. So maybe Yanni will tell you something about it. It might be part of the project I mentioned at the beginning. There might be trainings regarding data breaches. I don't know yet. I'm not in charge. It's Yanni. He's the local head, so to say. But that's the first one. You have to train the employees. They must be aware of data breaches. So I skipped the slide. So for instance, you get an email, there's a link in it, there's attachment on it, and you open it, and the email account is compromised. So you have to teach people to not open compromised, or they have to check emails before they open it. Should just give an example. So that's the first point. The other point, or the second point, is fines, to be honest. If there are fines for not reporting data breaches, it will increase the amount of reported data breaches. At least that's the experience in Europe.
Maybe other areas in Europe enforce the transparency part from these sectors to ensure that they report, whether it's on the DPO part or whether to the data subjects, to ensure that we gain that visibility of either I'm affected or I'm involved in any breach of the same. And the last question is with regards to enforcement of this Data Protection Act. So in Tanzania, we have seen some sectors have been quite good in trying to adopt and of course to take in the idea of the data protection procedures, but that is not has not been fully cascaded to all sectors. Like was the example we've provided on the health sector, but also transport sector. Here in Tanzania is some of the areas where we collect a lot of personal information, but we don't really see the effort with regards to the adoption of the data protection procedures. So how has Germany enforced the authorities, organizations, SMEs to take serious the data protection procedures? Thank you.
Yeah, it's mostly the data protection officials or data protection officers. There's a provision in your law as well that you, I don't know if you have to appoint a data protection official or you might appoint, I don't know. But in the European law and in the German law, you have to appoint a data protection official. And that's the one in charge in SME or in a public authority to take care of data protection. That's our way.
Thank you. Can I get a second question or comment on Dr. Tino's presentation? Yes, you have Madam there. Raise your hand so that they can bring you the mic. You can just be comfortable. You can even ask in using our local language. Even if you want to use your tribal language, just use it. I'll be here to translate to Dr. Tino and everyone on the online streaming. Kama unataka kuuliza Kiswahili kwa Kiswahili, hata kwa kilugha chako uliza tu. Asante. Welcome, madam.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Unanisikia?
Yes.
So yes, I really did enjoy the presentation, and I'm very curious in your perspective when it comes to digital security and data governance. You know, we are talking about Germany, which is a country that has access. The households, I think, more than 95% has access. The households have access to internet, to the internet. So when we are talking about the breaches, especially we are focusing on the digital aspects. Especially now we are also talking about the vulnerabilities and threats that are brought by artificial intelligence, which makes it worse. Of course, there are pros and cons, but how would you, what would you advise to Tanzania? In Tanzania, there is a study, and unfortunately I can't remember very fast to mention it. It was done by Twaweza. They did household access to the internet. Like how many households in Tanzania has own laptops? It's less than 20%. So by default, there is that media information literacy for and German when it comes to just the small dynamics we take for granted compared to Tanzania, which has no idea. When you talk about cyber security in this country, it is considered as a very high level discussion, but it is not. It applies to everybody. So I'm very curious of your perspective. What should experts in Tanzania consider into making sure that, yes, they can attend and reach the message you're given from the presentation, but at the same time, making sure that that overall goal also spreads to the bottom line. I'm curious about that. I'm interested. Thank you.
To be honest, it's really loud. What happened? I'm not the one in charge to give you like recommendations. I can share our experience with you, and our experience is that everyone is aware of cybersecurity issues. So like, I would say it's like almost 100% of the population in Germany, they do have access to the internet. They do have their own computer, and of course they are aware of data breaches. If it's not the case, like here in Tanzania, you have to find other ways to raise awareness. Maybe commercials on television, I don't know. We don't have that problem in Germany, to be honest. Everyone is aware of data protection. That's a different approach, a different mindset in Germany. Maybe someone else from the local audience can give some advice.
So the discussion is exciting. The questions he has responded, but anyone who has any insights on what has been asked, or they want to add something. Yes, I can see another hand there. So I got the context of two questions. It's all about the landscape we have developed in developing countries. How do we balance the level of enforcement in terms of data breaches, cybersecurity? Should we take a gradual approach, or should we have a universal approach in terms of enforcing data breaches and other related issues? Mindful that as a developing country, we still have digital issues to address in terms of internet penetration, digital skills, digital literacy. So it's a good discussion. So welcome, please, your name and institution, and we can hear what you want to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jimmy Mchao from Mainstream Media. Our headquarters is at Dar es Salaam. I really enjoyed your presentation, Doctor. But when you speak about data breaches, that means is the unauthorized access to the personal data, right? So it's come to the situation where the government or authorities want to gain access to citizens' data. And if recently we have seen those kind of incidents happen, we have these local forums. Maybe government want to gain access to local forums so they can have users' data for either investigations or for other regulatory issues. But we want to know how this happen in German or in Europeans, how these citizens are being protected by those policies you've said. Are there any other regulations or authorities out of the government that can interfere between the citizens and the government, I mean the third party, between the two parties, or how is it being handled? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question. First of all, that is not a data breach. A data breach is if someone happens because there are no sufficient security measures. That is not the case. It is a legal question. You need a legal background. It's the same in the GDPR as in your law. You need a legal background to access data or to submit data. And if there is no legal background in Germany, one would go to the supervisory authority, to my authority, and we should give an order, if there is no legal background, to the authority to stop or to even delete the data already collected. And maybe then it goes to court. That would be the way we handle it in Germany or in Europe.
Okay, you have last additional comment on what you've asked, or want to comment on anything? It's okay? Can I get a last question or before we move to the next presentation? Okay. Karibu, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Yusuf Kileo, a cybersecurity and digital forensics expert. Actually, I want to respond, or I want to add upon two interventions that were raised by the lady there and the gentleman on the other side. I would like to say, first of all, yes, in Tanzania we lack awareness. Our people are not really much aware on cybersecurity related matters. But on the other hand, we have a lot of initiatives. In the Ministry of ICT, there is a number of ongoing activities called cybersecurity awareness initiatives, where we, as a nation, we are pushing the agenda so that everyone, as the motto of the campaign itself says that cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. So we push the agenda to make sure that every person within our country is fully aware of these cybersecurity related matters. So I believe in time, as we push this agenda forward, we'll be able to reach every corner of our country. And we expect that when people are aware and they know that everyone has a role to play when it comes to protect their own personal data, to enhance their own security, then there I think our nation will be much aware of this agenda. Number two, I've heard about if the government or authorities can just get into people's personal data. I would like to mention that there is no single authority which allowed to do such a things without proper a thing that was agreed upon in a global context. So here, first of all, before you go to that point, you need first to receive authorization, and someone has to probably report it's probably as a data breach. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I completely agree with you.
Oh, thank you. Should I wind up this session unless there's a burning question which can be and what the law wants them to do? So it's a good lesson. It's an insightful session. Thank you, Dr. Tino. Asante sana. I'll hand over the mic to the MC so that he can call for the next presenter. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, our presenter, Dr. Tino. A round of applause to Dr. Tino. And our moderator, Engineer Jason Ndanguzi. Thank you so much for your insight and your expertise on global perspective are very invaluable. Obviously, the key takeaway for the first session for me was obviously let's collaborate and learn together. So I would like now to welcome and call in front our next presenter, Mr. Harish Bhatt, the Managing Director at Soft Techie Consultants Limited, for presenting Bridging the Gap, integrating data governance into cybersecurity strategies. A round of applause to Mr. Harish, please. That's fine. Mr. Halishi is not here today. Mr. Abdi is representing him, and Karibu sana, Mr. Abdi. And obviously we'll be, after your presentation, we'll have a general discussion about the topic. Okay, Karibu sana, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, and good morning once again. It's my pleasure to be here with you all this morning. And our presentation, unfortunately, as the MC has mentioned, that Mr. Harish was not able to make it today due to some other pressing business. But I'm here to present the topic that he was going to present. My name is Abdurrahman Hussain. I'm the head of cybersecurity services at Softech Consultants. And what we've heard today from the DG and from the other speakers, as well as the panel that's already happened, is a lot about where the data, especially for Tanzania, when we're considering things like the data, digital development, digital economy, and all those initiatives that the country is taking towards that transformation. And I think we can all agree that data is growing. So I think there's a figure I've seen somewhere that 98% of all the data that we have today in storage was created in the last 10 years. So, I mean, that's an astonishing amount of growth. Okay, so I don't know if you can read, but basically the agenda is we'll just take a quick look at some historical perspective in terms of how we've come here today with regards to data. I'm going to be talking about two topics in conjunction, one being data governance and to a larger extent governance overall, and the cyber security or data security, as we can interchangeably use it. So the first thing is that. Secondly, we'll look at the disconnect between the governance and security itself. And then we can see how the governance really enables security, and then take a look at how we'll go towards integrating the two and making sure that as an organization we're in a good place. We'll take a look very, very briefly, if time allows, on some case studies, and then we'll conclude with some key takeaways. Okay. So in terms of where we've come from data perspective, if we look at pre-digital, where for, I believe, a lot, if not all of the data was in paper form, we still had a focus on accuracy in terms of for the sake of business purposes. We still had a focus on making sure that that data was not manipulated, was not changed, so in terms of integrity. And of course, there were still regulations. So this I'm talking about 1930s. So there was still some regulation. I think the U.S. Companies Act is around then, 1930s. That's when it was out. So we're still seeing regulatory compliance back then. When we fast forward to the 60s up to the 90s, we're starting to see mainframe computers coming up, and more organizations start to bring into place computer systems and databases. I think relational databases, for those of you who are technical, probably would understand what relational databases were. I think they started to come up around then. So more processing came up, more storage requirements came up consistently as well. These things came up, and of course reliability again was a major factor. Now we're starting to trust these computer systems to do our business operations processing, and therefore reliability was an issue. As a result of trying to standardize how data was stored, how data was processed, we had some standards that came into play, but computing was then adopted in piecemeal form, one department at a time, and this is why we started having silos. So silos started emerging. Fast forward to the 90s, where now internet and e-commerce came up. I think around this early 90s is when we see the first version of data protection in the EU, the Personal Data Protection Directive. I think that was 93. So that comes up at around that time. Now, because more and more e-commerce is starting to come up, more and more people are going online. So there are things like concerns about security, about privacy, and of course the quality of the data as well. Then we move into, I think, early 2020s, so about 2010, I think, around that time, we see the emergence of more and more organizations now using computer systems, and the law like Sarbanes-Oxley that came into play as a result of financial data that was misrepresented. Also HIPAA, I think this is an American insurance and health data portability law. Now, between 2010s and now, we've seen this data explosion, big data. More and more organizations are starting to use data as an asset. They're starting to use data to make decisions. We have more and more, I think you can agree that we have more and more data-driven decision-making organizations. And some organizations as well are making money out of it, right? How many of you here have ever paid for a Google account? Or how many of you have a Gmail account? Yeah, me included, right? I've never paid for a Gmail account, but guess what? We are paying. We are paying with our data. We're paying with the type of emails that we are receiving, the search histories that we're doing, and that is how Google is monetizing the data to be able to afford us those free accounts. And of course, data protection is still a foremost consideration. And now I was talking to Kileo earlier in the morning, and we were talking about how things like AI seem to be in the forefront right now, but these are things that were there early 2009, 2005. People were already studying AI. But now I think the increased availability and accessibility of AI and the relatively low cost for very high-powered AI means that we have this AI explosion, this machine learning, and more organizations are starting to use AI, whether this is for being able to communicate with customers, for being able to look at insights, and so on. Sorry, I can't really see from that. Okay, so why should we really talk about these two topics? Why is data governance and why data security really matters? As we've already spoken and have already established, that data, environments, digital environments are really getting complex. More and more organizations are using, especially when we look at the context of our country. And the fact that now a lot of us are having accessibility to international platforms and so on. Incidents stem often from unmanaged and poorly governed data. We do have regulations like the PDPA and GDPR, and thank you, Doctor, for taking us through that. So there is a strong regulation, but the governance part and ensuring those we are sticking to those regulations and compliant is also an issue. And what we're seeing is that security and governance are really working in silos. And this quote, I really quite like it. So you can't really secure what you don't understand and govern what you can't see. And what that talks to is that I need to be able to understand what kind of data I have in my organization today and be able to know where it is so that I can start putting in place some security measures. So quickly, a lot of us here maybe are security experts, so I don't really need to tell you what cybersecurity is. But maybe a little bit of data governance. Data governance is essentially policies, procedures, and practices on how organizations can ensure effective and efficient management of data. Now, one of the things, and we'll talk a little bit more in further slides, but one of the things is that most organizations don't consider data as an asset. How many of us in our organizations have a register for physical assets, tables and chairs and laptops? We do. But how many of us have a register of what data we have in the organization? I have one hand, two hands. I'm sure our colleagues from CRDB, they might have something similar, and some of the other colleagues in banking. But on an overall, we don't actually consider data as an asset yet. So hopefully, by the end of this, 2 days, you'll be able to change your thinking and be able to also influence those in the office. So data governance talks about data quality management, how you manage the metadata, how do you do document content management, and so on. I will share these slides. Hopefully the organizers can share the slides so you'll be able to reference them later and get to read them better. So data governance defines what needs to be protected, whereas cybersecurity determines how to protect it. This is the theme that is sort of underlying this presentation today, so that hopefully you can understand that these two things have to work in conjunction, and you'll be able to consider these at your organizations. So what is the disconnect between governance and security? If we look at the priorities that these two elements have, number one, from a data governance perspective, we are looking at quality. Is the data that I'm storing, is it of good quality? Is it consistent? Am I having the right format? Is it in the right place, etc.? Secondly, am I compliant? Is the data that I have complying to the regulations, whether these are national regulations or whether they are contractual obligations? Am I being compliant? And then lastly, governance. When we flip on the security side of things, we're looking at three things: protection, how do I keep my data safe? Detection, when do I know I've been attacked, or when do I know there's a data breach? And resilience, if I've been attacked, can I recover? How long can I maintain my systems? How quickly can I restore my systems? So you're talking about your business continuity plans, your disaster recovery plans, and so on. But what you will see is that there is an alignment between these two concepts. And what happens when there is a misalignment? Now you have unclassified sensitive data exposed. How many of us have heard of cases where the local food seller has your medical file wrapping mandazi? Yep, DG says he's heard of that. It's because we are not classifying this data. We don't know how to protect it, and as a result, that data is being exposed. Secondly, inconsistent access controls. When there is a misalignment and we don't know how to treat certain data, therefore the controls that we put in place don't make sense. And then lastly, we have redundant or unknown data sets. Now remember, we talk about knowing what you have so that you can protect it. Now, if finance team is collecting data on paying you your salary, but also HR is collecting your data because it's HR and they need HR records. If these two organizations don't talk to each other, these two departments in the same organizations don't talk to each other, there is redundancy in data. And really the whole point is to be able to understand what we have. So there's a place where cybersecurity and governance sort of interact. And some of the examples which you can't really read is around data classification. And we'll see in the next slide what that means, but how do I know that that data is important to me, right? And that means I can protect it properly. Then in terms of identity and access management, this is another place where it intersects, who is authorized to access what are they authorized to do. Is this person the right person? So things like authentication, authorization, and so on. And then data lifecycle and retention is another area. So when data is being brought into the organization, when data is being created, how does it go through the organizations? Who processes it? Who uses it? How is it destroyed? How long do we keep it for? These are areas that security and governance intersect. And of course, policy enforcement is another example of those areas. So we must be, skip to the next slide, okay? So we must be mindful of these areas and to be able to really consider all of it. This slide comes up, for example, data classification is foundational. Knowing what I have and knowing the sensitivity of that information means I know how to protect it. So governance defines what classification that data is. Is it public information? Can I just leave it at outside the office? Does it have an impact? So governance can tell us the class of that information, whether it's internal, whether it's confidential, whether it's top secret. And then security applies across the top to say, based on the policy that we have, how governance has declared this type of data, this is what kind of security control I need to put in place. So whether that is encryption, whether it's access restrictions, monitoring, and alerts. But governance really will tell us the value of the data. Remember that as security experts, we must not apply security for security's sake. We must apply security because security costs money or costs resources. So we must not apply security just for the sake of it. Rather, we need to apply security for the value of that thing that we're protecting. So, for example, if I have Kitochi, which is a feature phone that costs 50,000 shillings, I'm not going to lock it in a safe that costs me 3 or 4 million shillings. It just doesn't make sense. It's not the right security for the asset I am protecting. So we need to consider those things. And this is where governance comes into play. Okay. I don't know if it's me or the slides are automatically jumping. So how does governance enable security? Number one, clear policies, right? What is the data? What is it going to be used for? How do we think about protecting it? And that's how governance enables our security teams to be able to put in the right controls, that the controls are aligned, measurable, and auditable. Second thing is that through governance, we can define the ownership of that data. So individuals or teams then become responsible, and the data is properly classified, it's better handled, it's secured, and there is accountability. Accountability for the data, but even for the information systems that we are using. Third thing is data lineage. With governance, we know where the data has come from, how it's come into the organization, who is going to be using it, how is it, does it pass from HR, then it goes to finance, who then pay your salaries, does it then go to operations, where now you're sitting with your manager for your performance review. So being able to track that movement of data within the organization allows us to be able to mitigate potential areas of data breach. I think some of us work with physical files, and sometimes those files get moved from one department to the other. And sometimes those files might end up at someone's reception, waiting for them to be taken to the person responsible. And visitors might be able to see those files whilst they're also waiting in reception. So considering the movement of data also within the organization may help us to secure that data better. And then lastly, we have retention rules that are dictated by governance. So how long do we store that data? For those of you who have done some data protection concepts, you know the concept of data minimization and data retention. So store the least amount of data for the least amount of time, so that will limit our exposure. And this is where the governance comes into play. For those of you in banking, I think you know, is it 7 years that BOT says you need to hold your data for, and then you can dispose of it. So now there's regulation, and that also comes from governance. So again, governance builds the blueprint, and security builds the locks and alarm systems. If you don't know where the exits are, you don't know what to secure. If you don't know what's valuable in your organization, you don't know what to secure. And so therefore, this is how the two things are intertwined. Governance enables security. So how do we start to integrate the two better? Number one, I think only 2 people here raised their hands to say that they have a data asset register. So number one, on Monday, you can go back to your offices and start thinking about putting together a data register. So an inventory of all the assets you have in terms of data, where it is. And then step number 2, be able to assign the owners. Is it finance? Is it legal? Is it HR? Who owns this data? Is it the marketing team? Because we also have marketing initiatives. Step number 3, for each of those data, ask those data owners or data stewards to be able to give you classification rules, how to handle that data, how to store it, and so on. And then look at your new policies, your governance policies, and how are they aligned towards your security controls. And governance and security, as we all know, is not a project. It's not something that you do and forget, but it's something that you live. It's part of your culture. So you must ingrain this as part of your culture by being able to regularly audit, review, and adjust accordingly. Now, going further, you can't see this very well, but there are a lot of tools and frameworks that you can use. So we're not asking, or I'm not recommending people to invent the wheel from scratch. There are readily available standards, there are readily available frameworks that you can, and these are just an example. So in terms of governance, there's DAMA, this is the International Association of Data Asset Management, I believe, something like that. And they have a DM book, Data Management Book of Knowledge, that you can reference, and that has a lot of ideas there in terms of how you can go about managing your data. Of course, some of you, I recognize your faces, you know about ISACA, and ISACA has put together this COBIT framework, so control objectives for business and IT systems, and that also talks about how you can govern IT. And then, of course, enterprise data management is another example. When we look at security, there is NIST, I think there's a national cybersecurity framework as well, and guidelines from IGA, for example. There's the ISO 27001 standard, which is widely adopted standard for for information security. This standard covers all physical and digital information alike. And then several controls, and I think there's several ISO standards that also list a lot of controls. So you're not really inventing anything from scratch. You can go and look these up and see, okay, this is how I'm processing this data. How do I protect it? Or how do I put the governance around this kind of operations? So the idea here at the bottom is use frameworks as complementary and not as separate disciplines. So identify their overlap and to streamline those policies. Now, you also have other tools in cybersecurity, and I heard people this morning talking about data loss prevention. But again, I'd like to emphasize that if I don't know what I have, how am I going to protect it? So the first and foremost thing you need to do is discover. Do a discovery. What do I have? What is the data am I holding? Do I have NIDA numbers on someone's desktop computer? Do I have, I don't know, date of birth or things like that? Where is this information? Do I have scans of passports? Whilst we might think that the organization is very streamlined, it is often not. And for convenience purposes, sometimes we cut corners. I'd say, I'm one of those people. Sometimes you want to get something out quickly, and you can cut corners that mean that you are inadvertently exposing the organization to issues. So data discovery tools, finding sensitive data, data loss prevention tools, being able to prevent information leaving the company, leaving the organization, identity and access management tools. We talked about being able to authenticate and authorize the right people. And then SIEM. A SIEM, does anyone know what a SIEM is? SIEM, hands up. I'm not going to ask you to answer, just if you can put your hands. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so there's 10 people in all of us, security experts that don't know what a SIEM is. So we need to, out of the rest. We need to be cognizant of the tools that are available and the type of systems that we can use to better enhance our security toolkit. So for those who don't know, a SIEM, SIEM is a security information and event management system that really analyzes your logs to be able to identify if there's any anomalies, if there is someone trying to hack you, if there's some data that's leaving, if there's a malware, etc. You can use this monitoring tool to be able to analyze your logs. However, based on governance insights that you can embed into this SIEM or SIEM, you'd be able to use it across as a governance tool as well as a security tool. So how can the organization enable both data management and security? Number one is to build cross-functional teams. So the idea, and I think it was mentioned, I don't know if it was Doctor who mentioned it earlier as well, but we want to have cross-functional teams that have experts in both. So whether these are stakeholders from governance, from security, from IT, from the business as well, so that you get this holistic idea of what the data is, but also the ownership. Then you need to establish a data governance council. The data governance council will consist of people like your CIO, which is your chief information officer, your chief IT officer, or your CTO, etc. But also someone like your chief data officer. Maybe this is a new concept for us, but someone who is in charge of all the data and the data management, etc. And this body, the idea is for it to set priorities, resolve conflicts, and provide oversights on both governance and data protection efforts. Third, include cybersecurity in your data policies. So data handling rules, classification guidelines, retention policies, etc. Make sure that they account for security requirements as well. So as you are designing your policies, as you're writing your policies, for example, you have identified that we are collecting certain amount of data or certain type of data. And then you're writing how long we're supposed to keep that. You're writing how it's supposed to be protected. Doctor mentioned to us about when certain type of breaches happen, if it's this kind of information and the severity of that kind of breach, if that information. So be able to build those into the policies as well. And then lastly, empower data stewards with security awareness. The people who are managing the data. At the end of the day, there will be people, whether they are administrators or there are some manager somewhere, they are in charge of managing that data, they're in charge of utilizing that data on a regular basis. Make sure they are empowered with security awareness, the value of that data that they are using. Many a times I talk to people, for example, and they say, my password is password 123. And ask them why. And they say, look, there's nothing in my email account that they can take. And that's because those people don't realize the value of that email account, the value of some of the information that's there. They don't think it's valuable. Things like your shopping standards, things like who you've been communicating to. You might not be the target. The target might be someone else. They're just using you as a stepping stone to get to them. And if I had a conversation with Kileo, and all of a sudden, Kileo, they know I speak to Kileo. And they can go to Kileo and say, pretend that they were me, and they start a conversation, but he's the target. So be mindful of these kind of things, and let's make sure that our your stewards, etc., and the operators are aware of the value of the data that they're working with. Okay, so these are some case studies. I won't go into them too much. Essentially, what they're talking about is examples of how, due to lack of governance, certain breaches have happened, and lack of governance in relation to security. So the first one is Nedbank. It's a South African bank. They had 1.7 million customers' data impacted as part of a breach. Whilst they themselves are very, very good at putting controls, but it was a third party that they outsourced their processing to who was then attacked. And the key takeaway here is that without governance driven data sharing policies and ownership across ecosystems, even strong internal cybersecurities can't prevent the breaches from happening. Hands up who had heard of the SolarWinds supply chain attack that happened a few years ago. Hands up if you're using SolarWinds. 2 people, 3, 4. Okay. I know SolarWinds is used by a lot of, well, not a lot of, but some prominent government institutions. So most of you would have heard them, but SolarWinds was attacked 2 or 3 years ago, but it was a third party who got attacked, someone who was developing a component of the software, packaged that in, and that got deployed to all the customers. So that, again, governance, how do you manage your third parties? How do you enforce compliance, etc., within security requirements within your data sharing agreements? This is an example closer to home in 2020, 2021. CIPESA, I think it's like a civil society kind of organization in Kenya. They'd raised these concerns around how the data for COVID, it was around the COVID times, around how this data was being collected, how it was stored, who owns it, and etc. And as a result, that started to erode trust. And the key takeaway, even when intentional data use, even well-intentioned data use can erode trust if government doesn't define rules, classification, and controls, especially during crisis. So again, when you're in a crisis, things are just happening. People are trying to get to the bottom and close things. And then my last one is, this is Capital One. It's a credit card company, and 100 million customers' data was leaked, was breached, and it was a former AWS employee who exploited the misconfigured Capital One infrastructure. And you see, the key takeaway is when we have these security controls and they're deployed, if the governance doesn't define, if the governance doesn't define the ownership, classify the sensitive data, and track where it resides, then everything falls apart. So this data breach cost them $80 million in fines and settlements. How many organizations in Tanzania today can withstand such an impact, right? And I think maybe tomorrow we will hear from PDPC more about how perhaps they are looking to go in terms of fines and penalties. So I'm going to conclude. What are the key takeaways? Number one, governance defines what matters most. So governance and security are really the two sides of the same coin, and they go hand in hand. And without those identification of the critical data, the rules that we want to put in place, and the guidelines, then we can't really protect it. Now, security enforces protection, but applies the controls over what governance has established. Integrating the two reduces risks and boosts compliance and builds trust. And lastly, and I think we heard it from the last panel as well, collaboration is not optional, it's essential. So, Monday, what do you do? Number one, assess your current governance to security alignment. If there are any gaps, document those. If you want to put together a list of assets, of your data assets, put those down, identify what are the gaps. Then begin small. Start to classify data, assign data owners, embed controls. Then third, create opportunities for governance and security teams to work together. If only they can work together, that's how you'll be able to have regular interaction, joint initiatives, and so on. So you are aware where the data is, what are the initiatives to protect it. And then lastly, invest in education and shared accountability. So be able to make sure that everyone understands the importance of the data and how to protect it. With that, I leave you with, we go back to the slides. So cybersecurity protects the perimeter and governance protects the value inside. So I've been trying to hammer this message throughout the slides that you really need both of them, and one of them tells you what is the most valuable thing, and the other one goes and puts the protection around it. So let's try and remember that, and with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Abraman, for an exciting presentation. I see the program was well structured. Dr. Tino told us about the global experience. Now, Abdulrahman is trying to tell us how should we shape the path towards complying to the global standards. That's very insightful. I had to be attentive to listen to his presentation because if you've noticed, it has touched us in our working setups, in our organizations. I'll give you a small example. If you are coming from the government institution, be it a ministry, if you're coming from the private sector, be it a corporate organization or a non-government organization, or if you have a private business, we are used to the term asset register or asset management register. And in government, we have those departments, you know them, who are managing this asset register. They have the register, cars, furnitures, computers in the institution, laptops. And now we have a new sheriff in town, data register. I don't know, maybe he was already here. But we didn't know that we need to have a register for that. So it's a new challenge to us. Maybe once we leave this forum, I believe both of us, maybe it may be hard to convince the top management to understand the issue of data asset management. So probably we should try ourselves from the top-bottom approach or from bottom-up approach, whatever sees fit to your organization, and try to bring in such an agenda to our organization. Thank you, Abraham. That was very insightful. Can I open the floor for discussion? Or any contribution which you want to add on the presentation? But it was all about the importance of governance. It spoke about the evolution of data governance, its monetization, its protection, and we have two silos as we speak: data governance and data security. Maybe we were not aware of that. So we have two silos in most of our organization, in most of our business setups. So we need to put them together. There should be a question or a comment about this presentation. Or or maybe the subject was very tough, but I found it very interesting. So, thank you, Madam.
Yeah, so my name is Shayla. I'm head of IT security from my City Park Solutions Limited, based in Dar es Salaam. I had 2 questions. One question is, to what extent should cybersecurity teams be involved in the development of data governance policies, and vice versa, of course, to avoid the gaps in the enforcements of these policies? I want to know, between the 2 teams, to what extent should they be involved each to establish these policies, but also, as organizations, how can we avoid policy fatigue, I might say, because we'll be dealing with a lot of policies in hand. How can you avoid policy fatigue among employees when we are trying to integrate this governance and security controls without, of course, sacrificing effectiveness in employees? Because I'm pretty sure most of us have experienced this. If you put on a lot of policies, sometimes there can be a resistance in following up the policies from the employees, and so how can we avoid this policy fatigue so that we can really bridge the gap between the data governance and security?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So to your first question, in terms of to what extent do IT teams or IT security teams get involved? So I mentioned 2 things. One, that we must start to put together collaborative teams. So a team that has representatives from both sides, and regularly working together, whether you're having data review meetings or policy review meetings, you get a good understanding of what the other person expects, and you'd be able to have a good working relationship. The other thing I'd mentioned that we need to have is a data governance council, and the data governance expert. But in my personal view, the fact that an organization is considering, or staff are considering that there is policy fatigue, it's because, one, we don't fully understand the data that we have. We don't fully understand the content of the policies that are there. And as a result, we just keep on bolting on more policies. And we're not really taking a look, because sometimes you would find that there is a policy somewhere else that caters for that, but we are not considering it. So let us review properly and properly be able to update the policies. I think most of you have responsible to grant you the resources can take you a long way. So I would say that that's the other challenge, is being able to speak. And a lot of IT people, a lot of security people will speak from a technical perspective and say that, I need an SIEM, I need this, I need that, but not being able to articulate it from a business perspective, a business point of view, so that they can understand what is the impact of not having this. And again, this goes back to identifying the value of the data that you have. Because if you don't know the value, then it's going to be very difficult to justify spending, $200,000 on a solution when the boss says, it's just username and passwords. Why do we need to implement such a solution? So being able to articulate that is very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah, next question, please. Be it a comment or a question. Who wants to ask or comment after? I just want to know how many hands we have. Okay, proceed, please.
Mr. Hussein, for your colorful presentation. My name is Idago Batikahanda from Tanzania Mercantile Exchange, TMX. My question or my recommendation is just a question. Goes on data register. I was tested on that part. At least I am sure in your office you have done such a thing. And most of, as the moderator could speak for government institutions, I think that is just questionable. We are not doing that one, in fact. But I would like you to help us at least to cite a little thing, some of the aspects we are supposed to deal with, to capture. Not everything should be in the register, but you have some of the issues important to make it that register irrelevant. At least you can share with us what things should we capture. We have a lot of data. I heard someone who was the DG, I think, would say the government has almost 800 systems. Those systems have data. So far, can you share with us a little bit the scope of what we should capture so as we can make that register relevant to us? Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you for your question. So I would take it to say that discovering where the, so how do I discover this data? And I think that PDPA talks about a requirement for mapping data, or somewhere there it's implied that you need to embark on a process of mapping the data that you have. So I would say that create or start this exercise of identifying what your business processes are, and I believe that, and if I'm not mistaken, that there was a government initiative, whether that's from EGA or some other, to start mapping these business requirements, what these business processes. Once you know these business processes are mapped, you know what they're collecting and what they're needing. So that's a very good start to know what information I have, where is it supposed to be. So you could say that as part of this particular system, I'm collecting NIDA numbers. So you know when someone applies for this particular service, they have to give me a NIDA number. Now I know we have a solution, right? So that NIDA number is supposed to be contained within that solution. Number one is I check numbers anywhere else that they might exist. Oftentimes someone would write it on a piece of paper, maybe someone would copy something on a desktop. So being able to discover where all this information is. And you would be surprised, whether it's on your servers, whether it's on your endpoints, whether it's on some other applications that you didn't even expect. So having, and that exercise is not easy. So having a tool that will be able to automatically discover and itemize that type of information where it's been found. And with, for example, personal data protection regulation information like that, to see where is this information where it's supposed to be. Not just because I work for the government and therefore I'm supposed to have access to that information. Again, governance goes towards authorization. Do I have access to information because I'm a staff, or do I have access because it's part of my job? So you also need to consider that aspect. So those, I would say, things like what information it is, where it is, and that you can feed from your business process mapping, your data mapping exercises. It's a very, very good start, because those are your critical data for business operations or business functions. So then you can start to look at other information. And mind you, these days information comes in different formats, whether it's going to be pictures, whether it's going to be PDFs, whether it's going to be scanned documents. It might not be easy, especially for the government. We have so many records. It might not be so easy to start opening each document. So you might have to look at a tool that would allow to inspect those documents and be able to itemize it. I hope that's answered your question well.
Thank you, Abdulman, and for those questions, for your participation in this session. So I take 3 takeaways. I've gathered 3 takeaways from this session. Can be a challenge or a call for action. The challenge is we have data security and data governance silos. Silos in data security and data governance. We need to look at that in our organization, be it at national level, institutional, business, and whatever. And we need to create a capability to know what we have in terms of data, what we have and its value. That's another challenge. How do we create an ability to understand what we have in terms of data and its value? Register of cars, chairs, tables, and many things, machines, generators, and whatever. Now, it's a challenge to us. It's our business. It's not other person's business. We are the experts. Just because it's named data asset management, we shouldn't say that's the traditional procurement guy's issue. No, that's our business, and we are the one to push the agenda in our organizations so that we have a new area of data asset management. Thank you very much. I should invite, thank you, Mr. Brahman. I'll hand over to the MC for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdulrahman Hussein, the head of cybersecurity service at Softitech Consultants, for your very insightful presentation. For me, obviously, this is a powerful reminder on the importance of the visibility and understanding in cybersecurity. A round of applause to Mr. Abdulrahman again, please. Our next speaker is Mrs. Esther Lugoi-Mengi, co-founder and CEO of Celesic Africa. And the presentation will be Behind the Firewall, Africa Battle Against Cybercrime. I would like to welcome on the stage Mrs. Esther Lugoi-Mengi. A round of applause for Madame Esther. And after her presentation, I think she will be doing a demonstration. So, karibu sana.
Asante. Good morning, everyone. You need to be, active a little bit because this presentation is going to be super active. We're going to see real life demos, proper cybersecurity people. When we meet, it's never a dull moment. So for me to hype up the crowd, can we kindly stand up? All of us. We stand up. How many of us can draw triangles? Can you draw a triangle with your right hand? Awesome. Draw a rectangle with your left hand. So now, try to draw both at the same time. Triangle and rectangle. Try. I wish you guys should see yourself how funny it looks. So this is what happens when there's one security guy or lady in an organization doing everything. Looks super confusing. You can all sit. My presentation, please. So as it loads, so the title of my presentation says behind the firewall, Africa's battle against cybercrime. How many of us have firewalls in our organizations? How many of us can tell me my firewall is working, and then we can test it right now? Nobody? Ah, guys, come on. Can we please give him the mic?
This is from KCMC University.
From which university?
KCMC.
Okay, noted. I think there's something, my presentation hasn't loaded yet. Is everything okay? Who is in charge, please? Oh yeah, that looks like my presentation a little bit. So to introduce myself, my name is Esther Lugoe Mengi. I'm the CEO, founder of Forensic Africa. I'm the board chair for a FIC project at DIT, that world-funded project that transforms DIT into an IT center of excellence. I sit at the Tanzania Fintech Society board. I'm also a board member at Tanzania CEOs Roundtable, multi-awards winner. I'm a certified ethical hacker master, AI and cybersecurity innovator. So, you know, unambo unabidi ujipambe kidogo. So, hiyo nimejipamba. Nime-exaggerate a little bit so that you know. Guys, do not be too serious, because this conversation coming up is a bit serious. So, you need to light up a little bit. So I'm going to cover the current state of cybercrime in Africa and globally. I'm going to focus on security trends to critical infrastructure, to critical infrastructure, key adversaries and types of cyber attacks, best practices for protection, and real-life demos, and the rest. So, how does it look like? So by this year, cybercrime cost is estimated to be $10.5 trillion. $10.5 trillion. Imagine if you're a bad guy or you are an adversary and you just want 0.01% of that, how rich will you be? So this is a great area of interest. I think I just need my laptop here because I don't understand this font over here. So the global cybercrime attacks has increased by 600% from COVID and until now. And by 2020, IBM said that the average cost of data breach is $3.6 billion. Yeah? So all this is cliche because we all know it, we are cybersecurity people. So can someone tell me what are the types of cyber attacks? What are the most common types, or what are the most common cyber attacks? Anyone? People, common cyber attacks? I'll pick randomly because I know we are IT people, we are cyber people, so I'll just pick randomly. So the lady in red. What cyber attacks do you know of? The types?
Phishing. Phishing.
Phishing attack, good job. Another one that makes people have sleepless nights. You find a blue screen written, You need to send Bitcoin to this address. Now I've given you guys tips already. Which one is that? Ransomware attack. Yeah? And other ones?
Man in the middle attack.
Yeah, man in the middle attack. Nyingine, now that there's like war and stuff, there's another one that's most common. Eh? Please raise your hand so that... Denial of service attack, yes.
Malware.
Malware, yes, malware. Another one.
So I wanted to say APTs.
Oh, ladies who think alike. I really don't understand. What are the top cyber threats happening in Africa? So right now, the top attacks that are happening, there is DDoS attack. We know what that is, the DDoS, ransomware attacks, social engineering, and advanced persistence, the APTs. So what are the most targeted sectors? So the most targeted sectors in Africa, number one is financial services. Yeah? Prime targets due to monetary assets and customer financial data. Then we have the information and technology. So here we see frequent breaches and valuable intellectual property and customer databases as well. And then we have government and public sector. Why? It's attractive for espionage, disruption, and access to citizen information. And then we have healthcare sector. This is increasingly targeted for sensitive patient and critical systems, for sensitive patients' data and critical systems. These are the 4 major areas that have been targeted this year so far. I keep using my laptop forgetting. So we have groups of adversaries from different countries. We have criminals from multiple countries that are joining forces together to make sure that they're getting a chunk of the $10.5 trillion. So I believe my presentation will be shared, and then we'll see all those groups of attacks that are joining hands together, these adversaries, to make it really difficult for us security people. So cyber threats and the landscape of it has evolved over the years. So one of the most significant attacks was the Stuxnet worm, which sabotaged Iran's nuclear program. Yeah? So can you imagine, we imagine these nations with powerful technology, and then a simple thing as an open port, as an initial point of access, and boom, lateral movement happens and a nuclear bomb is disseminated. So this demonstrates how cyber warfare can directly impact national security and military capabilities. So another one was an old one, which was the NotPetya, which targeted Ukraine's financial and government institutions, which spread worldwide, and the damages were estimated to be $10 billion. So in 2020, the previous speaker spoke about the SolarWinds supply chain attack, which infiltrated the US agency, including Department of Homeland, Treasury, and other major corporations, including Microsoft. So this is to tell you, no one is really safe. And 2 weeks ago, Elon Musk was saying X is being DOSed like crazy. So imagine even Elon is getting DOSed by other giants. Who are we? So what are the current trends? Yeah? What do we see lately? Sophisticated encryption and ransomware as a service. So these days, there are Telegram groups, yeah? You go join into those groups, and then you can say, I want to target Bank X, I want to target Institution Z. They give you a payment plan. Yani, unaweza kalipa kidogo kidogo. Yeah? And then they tell you if it's successful, whatever money you get, we can split. So now it has become easier. You do not have to have the technical know-how. You just go on Telegram groups, and then you just say, you know, can I get this organization attacked? They give you a payment plan. If it's successful, things move forward. So criminals now rent ransomware, letting almost everyone launch attacks. So anybody anywhere can launch attacks. Groups like Revo, Conti, and Lockbit run these platforms drastically, lowering the skill barrier. So initially, for someone to hack, you needed certain skill sets. But now you need 0 skill sets. You just need to be patient and just be there. Go to the darknet, go to Telegram groups, go to GitHub platforms. These days there are forums there where people expose codes, source codes, yeah? And then you can see where the bugs are coming from. So another trend is double and triple extortion. So attackers steal data before encrypting it, threatening to leak if victims don't pay. So now they enter your system, steal the data, put it aside, encrypt it, and then threaten you to expose the data if you don't pay. So it's 2 things. You pay, and then they've stolen it, they can expose it to the dark web. I have not connected my laptop to, I could have shown you the Telegram groups that are there, and then I can show you how easy it is for you to say, you know, people actually publish the things that they have extorted from companies for free. So I urge each and every one of us, go to Telegram, join those groups. So if the information regarding your organization is leaked there, you know the steps to take to combat it. So some even pressure victims by contacting their customers and partners. And then there's advanced evasion tactics where modern ransomware slips past traditional defenses. It's called living off the land. So the living off the land technique is whereby an attacker gains access of your system and then uses the tools that are there in your machine. Not any malicious tool, the tools that are there. So the common ones that are used are usually PowerShell. Yeah, PowerShell is used a lot. So if in your organization, there are your marketing guys, you have your finance team, your finance department. If they're not using PowerShell, please disable it. And I'm going to do a demo on how that can actually be an actual attack without you knowing. And because they usually look like normal commands, they go undetected through the firewall. So there's a demo, but since I'm not connected to the internet, I'll have to go sit there with my laptop and then it's going to be shown on the screen. I'll be speaking from there, but you'll be seeing what's going on in the demo. Please do not be scared. We're here as security people. We need to learn and see how we can protect our infrastructure moving forward. So please stay with me. I display like here we are in. So to avoid the back and forth, so the CESAR.gov website shows different details about ransomware that have been happening. Yeah. So here I'm going to do an analysis on the Medusa ransomware, which was released in March 2025. So you guys can visit it, it's CESAR.gov, and then you can find your way around it. So it shows details about this kind of malware attack, the background, where it came from, initial access, what does it use to infiltrate, and how does it go through. So if you come here to discovery, you will find that Medusa actors use leave of the land. I mentioned leave of the land. These are the legitimate tools that are actually available in your machine, not installed. So what do they use to get hold of victims' machines? They used FTP port 21, SSH 23, even port 80, normal port, and all these other ports. So this gives an attacker an overview of where to start from. Yeah? So you already have this information that this Medusa ransomware can act through these ports. And then what does it do? How does it evade? It explains here that Medusa actors use leave of the land technique to avoid detection, and they use CATIL is used for file ingress, which is already in Windows used. So what are the commands that they usually use? These are the normal commands. If you see this command running through your network, you will find it to be very normal. So your firewall will not detect it. So I'll go to a tool that I normally use in most of my presentation. Very well-known, easily accessible, called Shodan. We're going to use Shodan as our starting point, and then we're going to move. So allow me to connect to the internet. So Shodan, you type shodan.io, shodan.io. So why am I showing you this? You can run the same similar command against your organization and see what it tells you. Yeah? Shodan.io. So we saw there what ports are being used by this Medusa ransomware. There's a port 21 there, FTP, and then there's SSH telnet. So we're going to pick a random. So I'm going to say port 21. And country, I'm going to put TZ. Yeah? So here you're not limited to the queries. You can even put your own IP, you can put your network block and scan it to see what adversaries sees when they're outside your network. So here there's so many results. We have 939. So let me pick a random. Which one should we pick? Or which organization volunteers will use theirs as a testing ground? So let me. So when you see Liquid Telecom or when you see TTCL, it doesn't mean that they are the ones who are vulnerable. They're just the hosts. Yeah? So before you start attacking and judging some of these organizations, they are really not the ones. So, I've picked just a random organization. There's port 21 here. So it gives you an IP address. Now it has narrowed down our search. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to FTP this, I'm going to gain access to the FTP server. And if it allows anonymous login, I'm going to log in. So here we have not hacked anybody. This is publicly available information. You can use it as well to run it against your organizations. So let me go to my terminal. So I'm going to FTP and then 41. It's really difficult talking and typing. 236. Yeah, so it's telling me to put username, so we're going to put anonymous, password, I'm going to put no password. So I'm in. Yeah. So I'm going to, I've entered their server, I'm already in, yeah? Now imagine whatever I'm doing here, anybody, even someone from whichever country, whether it's Russia, whether it's Kenya, they can have access to the same server that I've just accessed, yeah? So let me show you what is here. There's barua ya serikali, there's call center CDR, there's invoices, there's a lot, yeah? So now I can choose to download whichever information I want because I'm already in. How did I gain access? First I went to analyze how ransomware move. So I picked a ransomware, which was the most recent, the Medusa ransomware. And then one of the ports is port 21. So I said, you know what, usually port 21 allows people to log in as anonymous with 0 password. So this is exactly what this organization has done. So now, all this information, sensitive information, is publicly available. Yeah? This is the first assignment. Are we together, people? Or we need to do the triangle and rectangle assignment again? Yeah, so from this, you can go ahead and run multiple commands. I could upload other things to this server. I could download all these and put them in my desktop. So all these sensitive, there's even a backup here, by the way. There's GIS backups. So this is how attackers are able to do lateral movement. Do you know what a lateral movement is? So an attacker gains access to an initial point of contact and then escalates to other areas. So I'll give you an example. Now tunasema kwamba we say that mifumo inasomana, so we are integrated, our systems are talking. Meaning, so if one organization is compromised, if the other organizations don't have security, it's easy for someone to move from one point to the next. Yeah? So we have, as organizations, we need to do pen tests. Pen tests are great. How many of us do pen tests in our organizations? But you know what is better? To do an adversary simulation. So you simulate an attack. In case an adversary comes into your organization or an attack against access, how far can they go? How its face is my failover? My backups. Can I rely really on my backups? So you need to do an active simulation and test those backups. That in case I'm being hacked today, how quickly am I able to get back to business? I've seen cases whereby even backups of the backups are also encrypted. So the backup is in the same server. So when like here, there's a backup here. So when everything else is encrypted, you ask the organization, okay, give me a backup so that we can restore you back. They're like, even my backup is eaten. Yeah? So I'm going to run another search here. So we are going to search, what should we search next? Remote desktop. Country. How many of us are using SMB share? How many of us are using SMB share in our organizations? So my next demo is going to be on that so that we see what to do, yeah? Most of us on SMB share or in our internal infrastructure, we have disabled authentication, which is bad because even me now, if you disable authentication, I can even log in unauthenticated and do whatever, which is not really advisable. So here I'm trying to search for remote desktop country TZ. So again, this, if you see SimbaNet, if you see what, this doesn't mean they are the ones responsible. It only means they are the hosts, yeah? So I'm picking random, there are servers here. So you can see, so there are 3 ports open, and then you can come here and see details. They're minimal details, but they're good to pay attention to. And then now there's something interesting I'm looking for here. Allows remote desktop. Let me look for another one. Let's try this one. Yeah. So we have this one. So the good thing with Showdown, if there are vulnerabilities, it will show you, even with their CV number. So you can go and check, how can I protect my organization against this? How can I patch my systems? The bad thing is, even the bad actors also see the same information. So it's who sees it first. That is why it is so important for you to run simulations. So I can go, because we are searching for remote desktop, I want to get details on the remote desktop. So let me scroll down. So here there's, I know already on this IP, they have an MySQL database. Go down. There's something very interesting. All this is very, very interesting, but there's something particular. So here, you can see this is the SMB, and this is the port for SMB, and then you can see authentication enabled. We're going to see authentication disabled, and then we're going to enter into people's shared folders and see what they have in there. So it's not hacking, it's public information that's available. So this server I can see is for St. Jude meaning it's a school. So if it has value to people who are going through this, they can pursue it further. But if they think there's no value, people usually leave it at that. But if you are the person in charge of security in this organization, then this is very key information to have. Let me go to the next page. So it will give you details, domain, OS, and then you can go ahead and see. So let me click here and see where it takes me. Apple is nothing. So let's go to I hope my commands are seen so that people can write them down. So these are screenshots of login pages for the remote desktop machines. So here you can see this is a Windows target, domain name, version of the server. Here this is for admin, and then the details are there. Same. So please do run this against your organization and see what people on the outside are able to see, and then do take the necessary steps. Yeah. Oh, here it's Shodan. It's shodan.io. So it's shodan.io, and then log in with your Gmail account. It's safe. So it just shows you the devices connected to the internet. So now, let's say I want to see industrial control systems. You can just query there. And then you'll see these are different countries. And then let's just pick one random one. So here you can see host names, country, city, organization, their ISP, and then you can be able to see all these ports. Now you can match the ports to the ports that the Modisa ransomware usually takes advantage of. So it does not mean that seeing Tanzania here, so Tanzania is not safe, no. It doesn't mean seeing this country here, this country is not safe, no. Because there's never 100% security. Yeah? So we are always learning, always hardening our security to minimize the impact. It doesn't mean we'll never get hit, we will get hit. But then what happens after we get hit? So I think I should, let me just, questions? Oh?
Yes, Esther, thank you. The nature of your demonstration is very good. I was thinking maybe if we can intervene as part of the discussion.
Yes.
If anyone has a question
okay.
on what you have. If there's any clarification, needed on what she has demonstrated, it's good she could clarify now before she goes back to the presentation. So I invite any question or anyone need to clarify anything or to get further details on what Esther has demonstrated. You're welcome. Sasa hapa ndo tutaona kama tuko tunafuatilia kweli alichokuwa tuambie Esther au
watu wanaogopa.
Tumeelewa sana au tumeogopa.
Tumeogopa.
Una mkono. Karibu. You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm back again, Yusuf. Esther, you suggested something which is very good, that organizations need to start thinking of doing vulnerability assessment so that they can see what outsiders sees before they see it. Now, a quick question that I want you to probably clarify or give an insight to audience here. What will be your recommendations? What are sort of vulnerability assessments that you probably suggest the organization they should do? One. Two, how do you think should be, how often this vulnerability assessment should be done? And number three, what are the common mistakes that these vulnerability assessor always do when they go for vulnerability assessment? Thank you.
Thank you, my brother, there for a very good question. So VAPTs are great, as mentioned earlier. They should be done as often as possible. But what is really greater is doing simulations. So the IT team internally should act as if an incident has already happened. Ransomware, like, scan your ports, exploit the ports, capture, and see how far can an attacker go. Yeah? That way you are simulating, and then try to see, can I perform lateral movement? Can I move from one system to another? Or is there a way that I can stop this from happening? So by doing so, you are preempting the attacker. So with VIPTs, they are usually done for compliance reasons, most times, to comply with either BOT or whoever, but then those reports are never worked on. I've done VIPTs so many times that I go there and find the findings I found last time plus more. Yeah? So it's usually like people ticking the boxes. But what would really solve the problems is the teams internally to do their own simulations. Even not to them, they can hire experts to do and come and do those simulations. I'll give you an example. We have OT now. Yeah? How safe is our OT? Yeah? Let's talk to TANESCO guys, SGR. We know that's a major point of entry. What is our critical infrastructure? Do you know what is the best way to hold an entire country hostage? It's shutting down the power. Meaning that is a great area for attackers. They should be able to think, oh, maybe Tanzania can hold its ransom by shutting on the power. What is the organization responsible? TANESCO. So now if you go and search TANESCO, that's a starting point. You can see information, but can then that organization run the same simulation and see what's out there and start fixing it? One. Number two, on identifying the critical infrastructure, or the critical assets, sorry. So each organization has its critical assets. So what is your critical assets? Most of us is database. Why? Because there's where all the information is. Let's run a simulation of those databases and see how far can our attacker go. Backups. People do backups daily, but I've seen incidences whereby when an incident happens, the backup does not work. Can you imagine backing up for years and then an incident happens and then you can't bring back your operations? So VAPT should be done as regularly as possible, but adversary simulations should be a must. Yeah? Thank you.
Okay, there's another intervention. Please, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Stanley. Thank you, Madam Esther, for the wonderful presentation and the practical session. My question lies on what are the proactive measures, because we know cyber is a continuous process of scanning and stuff like that. What do you advise us in terms of our institutions, the measure that we can take that should be proactively for protecting our data and our critical asset? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that part is at the end of my presentation, so if I can just wrap it up quickly and then I can show you, I can state the recommendation. Is that okay?
Any last question related to the demonstration which Esther has shown us? No question, so we can allow her to continue the presentation.
Thank you. I had asked how many of us use SMB share. SMB. So you can come here and on Shodan again, put the port number, country. Now you can go directly to your organization. So if you want to prompt your organization, you can just put ORG and then semicolon, and then you type in your organization name, and then you see what pops up. So here I'm trying to check for organizations that have disabled authentication, yeah? And then for port 445, country Tanzania, but you can check any other country. Let me search. I hope I have internet. So yeah, I can click on this one. So you can even see there's a vulnerability here written. Yeah, this is the vulnerability that was published in 2020. That's like 5 years ago. So this should be such a walk in the park for malicious actors. Again, there are these open ports. So our interest is to access the SMB. So I'll open my command. So let me exit this. And then we'll run SMB client. I want to log in, want to scan the services and log in. Since I've already done it, let me just copy it. Because typing and talking is not a walk in the park. Yes, so I want to enumerate, let's see which server was here. This is 154. One 188, 189, 154. Yeah, so now I have listed what's available in this. Let me enlarge it. So you can see what's here in the SMB drive. There's admin, disk, there's C drive, and then here there's development files. So if you go back, you'll see this is a community development company or organization, and then you get to see this. So now what I can do is still go back to the same. Now I don't want to list, I just want to enter. So who should I go as? Users. So I can go in as users. Users. So now I'm in. This is SMB, if you can see it. So I want to list what's there. So now I'm inside, so I can see there's default, there's public, there's warehouse. So you can choose. I've just gone to the easiest because I don't want to get into people's sensitive data, but there's so much in the C drives. You know what, like how much data C and D drives have. So if I go in there, you can be able to upload stuff or download stuff. So there's that. So how do we get access to this? Because they disabled authentication. Yeah, authentication was disabled. If we have time, I also do the PowerShell, but for now, let me go ahead with my presentation. I want to make it full screen. So, critical infrastructure in danger, including OT. Yeah? So we started with the soft part, went to the hard part a little bit, and now we're going to the serious stuff. So I mentioned that attackers usually go to areas where there's value. So they can hold an organization ransom or a country ransom by shutting down critical infrastructure. So for us, our OTs, I mentioned them earlier. So what are the vulnerabilities in OT? So there's lack of patching. Many OT systems run on legacy software that is not frequently updated. Yeah? Limited segmentation. So OT systems are often connected to enterprise IT network, which increases the exposure. Low visibility. There's no proper monitoring tool to see how well our OT systems are functioning. So lack of personnel. So most people are trained on IT and not OT. So OT is operational technology. So now this puts the infrastructure at risk. So here there are some examples of OT attacks. So there's the SACTNet 2010, a malware specifically designed to target SCADA system controlling Iran's nuclear weapons. So it caused physical damage to the nuclear machines by manipulating their speed while reporting normal activity. And there's a Ukraine power grid 2015. So a Russian APT group sandworm targeted Ukraine's electrical grid via OT systems, including a widespread blackout that affected watu laki mbili thelathini. Yeah? This attack combined IT, malware with OT, which was the power grid. So there's a Swahili saying that mwenzako akinyolewa za kukotea maji. So what are we doing? What strategies do we have to protect our IT or our OT infrastructure? We have the SGR, we have our power grids, we have water supply systems. What do we do as individuals? Because the government is doing such an amazing job to set up proper policies, to make sure that we are compliant, that the backbone is strong and safe enough, but it's us, the users, who are kind of failing the government. So I already did the Medusa simulation. So I'm going to talk about lateral movement. What's a lateral movement? Yeah? Lateral movement occurs after adversary gain initial access to a network, allowing them to move between systems to escalate privileges or steal data. Yeah? Someone enters point B, so I'll give an example. If someone enters Vodacom, and then they're able to go through bank X, bank Y, able to go to organization X, that is a lateral movement. So example of this was the SolarWind attack. So after initial compromise, attacker used lateral movement to gain access to multiple government agencies and organizations. Again, we need to do lateral movement simulations, especially for these systems that are talking to each other. Let us perform those simulations and see how far can people get. So what are the common techniques that are used? There's credential dumping, so stealing users' information to move between systems, pass the hash. So this is using stolen password hashes to access other systems, and explosion of trust relationships. So using trusted connection between systems for movement. So how do we combat this? We need to have a zero trust model. So zero trust is not a solution, it's a model. So future outlook. How does the future look like? There's AI, quantum computing, and the next frontier. So the future of cybersecurity will be shaped by increasing integration of artificial intelligence, the AI, both in defense and attack strategies. Yeah? So we have AI tools that have been put in place. Even the adversaries are using AI to become smarter. AI-driven cybersecurity solutions can predict and prevent cyber threats with greater efficiency, while adversaries are using AI to develop more sophisticated attacks. Quantum computing, once fully released, could render current encryption methods obsolete. So this is necessitating to a shift towards quantum-resistant cryptography. So let's think broader, let's think future, because the future is already here. We were speaking of AI back in the days. AI is here. Quantum computing is coming. So when quantum computing technology is in, then encryption technology will stand zero chance. So government and enterprises should begin exploring post-quantum cryptographic standards to future-proof their cybersecurity infrastructure. Next slide, please. So key takeaways, what should be done? Yeah, we have heard a lot of advices, what should and should not be done. So one, untouchable backups. So keep backups completely out of reach so attackers can't ruin or ransom them. So have your backups in isolated environments. Have your backups places where even if an attacker enters, will not get hold of your backups. Lock down your network. So segment it so that bad actors can't roam around and hit everything at once. I've had to do incident response in one of the big organization, I'm not going to name, that is like in Tanzania in multiple countries, and then they had a ransomware attack. It was so bad that backups of the backups were hold ransom. Even their procurement, approvals, all the systems were shut down. So now, imagine a situation like that, what happens? And to my surprise, the IT team was so happy. I asked them, why are you guys so happy? They said, you know, we've been asking the big guys to prioritize security, and then they say, why do we need security for? We have security guards at the gates. So when this hit happened, they were so happy. To an extent where they're telling us, please take your time, yeah? Make it go longer. Make this whole recovery process longer so that these guys feel the pinch. So it's a situation that most of us face because cybersecurity is usually thought as an afterthought, but not a default or security by design procedure. Spot threat early with AI, so catch ransomware before it starts encrypting and causing chaos. So if the bad guys are using AI to create this, why can't we use AI to stop it? So practice attack in safe space. So run simulations to find gaps before real hackers do. Check your vendors. I can't insist this enough. Make sure your vendors don't become an easy entry point into your critical systems. I've seen so many companies being compromised because of their vendors. So have a thorough vendor third risk management so that framework so that you know who your vendors are and how their security looks like. Next slide. So I would like to conclude by sharing a few words. Let me go to the front. I think my sitting period is over. So hello everyone, I'm back again. It's me. So I would like to conclude by saying, previous speakers have spoken about collaboration, so we can't over insist on this. The bad actors are collaborating Why aren't we? You will find bank A being hit by the same incident, bank B followed by the same incident. Why? It's because we're not collaborating. What are our associations for? Yeah? So if the adversaries are collaborating, let us collaborate. It is not the duty of the government alone, or the private sector alone, or the IT people alone. We need to work in teams and not in silos. So thank you so much for listening to me. And, oh, one thing. We have an ethical hacking training coming up on 22nd, version 13, that has included AI. So if you want to be part of that and learn new knowledge, please feel free to reach out to me and I will give you more details. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Esther. For those who have known Esther, you'll agree with me, when you start listening to her, you need to be attentive a little bit and probably recharge your brain, because she always comes with new stuff. So her presentation was all about the evolving cybersecurity landscape. I'll just put it in simple words. The evolving, fast evolving cybersecurity landscape. How can we touch base with the fast evolving security landscape, cybersecurity landscape? I understand we are sitting between you and lunch, but can you get any comment on Esther's presentation? Say anything. I understand we are going to lunch. You can even raise your hand and say, hello, I'm here, I'm still around. Thank you. Let's start with Mheshimiwa Pale. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. My name is Abraham. I am from Tumaini University, Makumira. I want you to talk about firewall. You know, you did a very good presentation, but you didn't give us the comprehension of firewall. Okay, you talked about running simulations. Okay, so my question is, how does firewall help us prevent these problems? One, but the second question is, we know that running simulation will help organization understand the vulnerability. Okay, but do you think what you simulate and what happens are the same? Because technology advances. Every day we have different viruses, different worms. So what you simulate now, are you likely to encounter the same threat? What is your take on that? Thank you.
Thank you. So firewall is the first line of defense. Let's not go against that. But there's more to the firewall. How many of us have firewalls and have other security solutions in their organizations? You have a firewall and you have multiple other things. So the title behind the firewall figured with set of rules. So on the Medusa analysis, you would see that these bad actors are using living off the land mechanism, whereby they're not injecting any new code. They're using PowerShell commands that if they run through your network, you won't suspect a thing. So what do? You go back, you dedicate yourself, run those commands, and then set rules for those probes. Yeah? And another thing, you asked if the simulations are real life situation. Technology is changing at such a fast rate, but it's up to us to catch up. There's no 100% security, but you can minimize the impact of an incident as it happens. Yeah? So we are not trying to say we are hack-proof, we'll never be hacked. No, we will be hacked in one way or another. But how soon can we get back to business? Yeah? Or if we are hacked, it's like the entire organization is done. So doing simulations help us imitate what an attacker would do and close those doors so an attacker would not enter and cause massive attacks or massive damages. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. You want to add something? Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Even comments, people.
Yeah. Comments on the presentation. You have another? Okay. After. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Esther, for your great presentation. My name is Emmanuel Chaula. So I would like to ask one question, or rather a recommendation, or what is your call of action to the government with regards to, citing back or running back to the demonstration that you've showed us. So there's a real threat for those that are from the defense background, so they understand what is happening, or what could happen, and of course what could go wrong. So I just wanted you to maybe put a call in there to the government, or what would be your call of action for the likes of CERT, FinCERT, because citing to what you've demonstrated, so it looks like the mass, which is of course most of the citizens, or most of the population are the ones that are not taking care of the security part, or are not seriously addressing the risks compared to the organizations or some of the sectors which are taking security very serious. So what would your call of action be to the government? Because there are borders that we cannot cross. So myself coming from telecom and of course the banking, there are some incidents where you really see the risk that the customer is going through, but you cannot step in the foots, because you cannot tell the customer or tell anyone that you are impacted, because they might lay some legal implication on your end. So that is one. And two, just more of a comment or an emphasis for us also to look at the secure architectures, because we have controls in place. We procure, or we also put a number of controls, which of course they are very expensive to protect us against cyber attacks. But I think it has been overlooked for a number of years that these controls are not properly placed, or they are not well organized within our infrastructures and organizations. So the need of us having secure architectures and properly crafted architecture, so as you emphasized on the zero trust. So I think that is also one of the critical points to take away for the rest of the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I'm being very, very honest, our government is doing such an amazing job when it comes to security frameworks and regulations. There is the CERT, and then the new Personal Data Protection Act, and the regulations around how it should be to handle incidents. So even globally, we are one of the top ranked countries, national security-wise, on a national level. So government is doing its part. It's us who are failing. There's even now a campaign for TCRA, Sitapeliki, with MNOs, yeah? But what if I can articulate your question correctly, is there should be a safe space for us to communicate our failures or our security failures without fearing penalties, yeah? That I was attacked with this, and this, so I shouldn't stay with it and communicate it for the fear of being penalized. So if I know I'm speaking for most of us here, most organizations have been hit, but they never speak about it. One, for reputation reasons, and two, just that fear of, what if I'm penalized for this thing happening and it looks like it's my fault? So I think we could urge the government that we are seeking for that safe space to come and share the incidents that we encounter, and there should be an acting mechanism that's not punishment. Yes, so thank you for that input.
Any last question? Okay. Karibu, madam.
Thank you, Madam Esther, for the amazing presentation. My name is Happiness Shirima, a computer engineering student from DIT. And I know there are a lot of young young generation who are streaming online and have heard your presentation. And what advice do you have for us, young generation in Tanzania and in Africa in general, who are interested in pursuing career in cybersecurity and are also willing in the future to fight against cyber crimes? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for asking that question. I've been wanting to address this and then get the government's ear on it. So recently, there are so many programs for cybersecurity, diploma level, certificate, degrees, and masters. So we have a lot of unemployed cybersecurity people who have very dangerous knowledge, yeah? So if using it for the good, they can protect us, but if unemployment hits hard, they can turn the other side. I'll need to give this as an example because I said I need to address this. So I've encountered multiple incident responses activities. Once you dig down to the bottom of it, you will find it's a cybersecurity graduate who went and hacked a certain organization for bad. So now, what should we do to make sure that the degree certificates that we get and this dangerous knowledge and very great knowledge that we have is used for good? What should be the mechanism of assuring that these people who have graduated know this skill perfect, but they cannot use it for harm? Yeah? So it's good to have this knowledge, but there should be a code of conduct that all these people, these intelligent graduates adhere to, that in case they are caught doing divorcivo, then there should be repercussions. Because there's a growing market, or there's a growing field of bad actors who are college graduates in the country. So what should be done to make sure that these people actually learn for good and they practice for good? I think I need to pose this to you and then we think about it.
Yes, thank you, Happiness, for the good question, and Esther has given a good response, but it's something probably as the ICT Commission and other institutions we should look at. How can we leverage this high human capital rise in cybersecurity to use their knowledge and skills for good of the country and our economic activities before they are frustrated and try to do other things which may cause harm to our systems. So we should take it as also a takeaway in this session for responsible institution in terms of ICT Commission who are promoting skills and ICT development, for the TCRA who are managing the CERT, and all other institutions, be it the police force, they have a cybercrime unit, and whatever. We should have collective efforts to see how can we accommodate these new rising cyber experts. They say if they are not part of us, they are against us. So how do we make sure they are part of us? So it's a good insight and should be a takeaway of this session. So before I'm told chakula kinapoa, so should I allow last two questions at this 1 minute each? I have one question from this gentleman. Should I allow the lady first? One question, short answers. Let's wind up within 3-4 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Damson from Institute of Accountancy, Arusha. So this is not 100% a question, but it's a comment, and within it there is a question. So we have academicians who have done different research. For example, last year at Almotward concerning mobile transaction cyber attack, especially the mode where awareness is given. on which in Tanzania we are using message. And I found that 75% they don't use messages. And now we have a campaign of Sitapeliki, and we are using the same mode to provide this user awareness. So I was thinking if we could use those research, we can go through those messages so that a government and private sectors and us, we can work together so that we can have a very good mode for providing those user awareness based on cybersecurity. Because this cybersecurity is not only for us, but it's for everybody, even non-technical people. So if you can see, 70% they don't read messages, means the problem is still there. So how are we going to tackle this problem? Yes.
I was chatting with Esther. Should we take it as a question or recommendation that how should we leverage the outcomes of the research in the cybersecurity to strengthen the Tanzania cybersecurity landscape? Should we take it like that? Thank you. So I'll take it as a recommendation. Or if Esther has anything to say?
Yeah. Just an addition. You said people don't read messages, and then maybe the campaign might not be effective. But then if you think about it, is these people get scammed because they read messages and act on them. So they actually do read them and then act on them. So maybe that's why they're using the same modality, that if you can read a message from a stranger telling you tuma kwenye namba hii, you can read a message from a legitimate source trying to tell you something educative. That could be my take.
Okay, so actually these attackers, they don't only use messages. They even sometimes act as an agent from telecommunication.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I had a question. You presented about simulation, and I was asking, when do we have to do the simulation? Like the presentation, like the demo you showed us, like you portrayed that there are vulnerability, maybe there are some open ports. Maybe this simulation should be done during development of those, maybe a site, because if there is a port that was left open, so we can train the developers and they can do the simulation at that time. So it was like, when do we have to do the simulation?
Thank you. So I'm going to answer it in two parts. So for you to do a simulation, one, it has to be consented. Yeah? So you can, if you're in uni and then you say, oh, I have done a simulation for the CRDB bank and I've hacked it, my friend, you're going to jail. Because that is hacking and not simulation. Yeah? So one, simulation has to be consented. And usually, if you're doing simulation, you need to be the owner. You need to be in charge of your security or in charge of your IT, that you have been assigned to protect that organization. So when you're developing a system, it has to be security by design. So security should not be an afterthought. So when you're designing it, you should have all the security, authentication, encryption in mind, and then do a simulation after to make sure that no attack can go through, or even if it goes through, that the impact is minimal.
Thank you. Allow me to allow a last question, then we can further have chatting during lunch and whatever, but we encourage like at least the session, and since the morning sessions are stimulating discussion in this area. So please, the last question, short and clear, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Shomari Mangando from University of Dar es Salaam Computing Center. I basically have a contribution to what has been presented to Madam Esther. First of all, I can congratulate her for a wonderful presentation. Now my contribution is on what Esther has asked me from DIT, the previous student from DIT. She was asking about what should they do so that they can be able to practice what is required in defending different systems. As a technical institution, we provide a variety of platforms for students to practice on what they have to provide when they go to the employment career. We have departments like software development, where we accept invitations from different colleges so that the college students can have an opportunity to exercise what is basically available on the industry. We have also a department on network systems and solutions, including security solutions, where students like that one can have a good platform to learn practically how those systems being attacked and what solutions can be provided so that she gets a good experience on how she can employ cybersecurity solutions. But also, we provide training on different IT systems, including cybersecurity. We've been providing cybersecurity training solutions over the past 1 year, where employees from different organizations have been coming to our organization, getting experienced training from practitioners so that they acquire the technical expertise on how they can be able to handle different cybersecurity incidents. In that instance, I welcome different individuals and even employers to bring their staffs so that we can impart our experience on how they can handle problems in their IT systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CC. That's encouraging for students. The number of opportunities opening up, but it's also a challenge to the government, especially responsible institutions, as I've mentioned, IC Commission, TCRA, UCSAF, and whatever, to try to redefine their approaches to accommodate this cybersecurity human capital. Is it a very burning question? Because very burning that you can't go to lunch without mentioning it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, it's not really burning, but I would like to share some few insights. Well, my name is Liza, and first of all, I would like to emphasize on the issue of ethics surrounding the cyber security. At least I've been engaged in 2 or 3 assignments, and in terms of investigating the attack of organizational systems. And we ended up investigating and ended up with establishing that most of these systems are attacked by very young fellows. And in fact, these are very junior very junior students, probably pursuing their studies in different universities. So I would like to call upon the institutions, higher learning institutions, the government institution, ICT Commission, TCRI. At least when we train our young people, probably we need to know where are they, what are they doing, etc., etc. I was trained in some of the tools in one country, and one of the issue, one of the requirement was that I need to sign a contract that I'm going to use the skills wisely or ethically, to say. So I believe that the ICT Commission will take on board on this, and at least we should know, we should be able to trace. If we impart these skills to these young people, what are they doing? Are they ethical, etc., etc. But Madam Esther, if you could also, well, you have touched a lot on...
Can you wind up, please?
Yes, yes. You have touched a lot on issues, the issues surrounding the global aspect. But can you also touch a bit or highlight what are the issues surrounding within our country? What are the pertinent issues? Especially, you have said that you do the pen test. I'm sure there is also some difficulties in that area, especially in the government. If you want to do the pen test, there are some issues that are surrounding, which is not that much clear, especially when the organization is not very keen in terms of cyber security. So if you can also see, you can highlight some of the aspect on that area. But there are some, well, you have demonstrated a shutdown, but also I will mention some of the database called CVE. CVE, that's a Common Vulnerability Exposure Database. Probably they do publish a lot on vulnerabilities surrounding the devices that we use on daily, the systems that we use on daily basis. So as practitioners in the area of cybersecurity, it's not bad if we can also make use of that database. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Esther, can you respond at least shortly before we go for lunch?
One question is a little bit tricky, but I'll try to answer it. In terms of the attacks that are happening in our country, so each organization, for me, it depends with the hat I'm wearing. So if it's my organization that has been consulted to do that job, I sign an NDA. So my NDA does not allow me to come disclose my client. So that I'll keep it confidential. But do these cyber attacks happen? Yes, they do, quite a lot. Do they have impact and financial losses at times? Yes. Do they cause disruption? Yes. So one of the most published attack was the Kenya Revenue Authority. It's not in Tanzania, in Kenya, that they lost a lot of data regarding their customers, which are companies and individuals. Millions of information was exposed through a hack. So meaning if it can happen to Kenya, it can happen anywhere else. And then there was another attack in South Africa on power grid and water supply. Again, happened and it was successful. So if it can happen there, it can also happen here and become successful. So I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible. So you asked me about the challenges I face or I would face if I'm doing pen test in government organizations. This one, my friend, you've thrown me under the bus. So I'm going to be, I'm very open, and so there is a slight competition between eGov and the cybersecurity companies on the same tenders. So maybe, can I just ask eGov nicely, yeah? We are trying to survive and put food on the table because you are the bakers of these systems. Can you allow us, private sector, to be the checkers? Please. Thank you.
That's an insightful response and very important takeaway. We need to have cybersecurity soldiers. We need to empower them. So it's also the role of the government to empower these cybersecurity soldiers. How do you empower them? You give them opportunity to work for you. They establish trust. Trust opens opportunities. So that's an important takeaway. Thank you very much. So I'll give back the mic to our MC. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Esther Lugoe-Mengi, and our moderator, Engineer Jason Ndanguzi. A round of applause to them, please. Thank you all, our speakers and delegates. Is the end end of the first party of their session. Obviously, we've been discussing empowering the governance for sustainable and inclusive cyberspace. And we've made significant progress in understanding the importance of governance, collaboration, and resilience in shaping the future of cybersecurity. As you can see, it's almost 1:45, and our lunch break was supposed to be at 1 o'clock. So we are going to break for lunch, and lunch will be served at Mary Restaurant. If you're going to the reception on the right-hand side, just before you enter the main building, lunch will be served there. So we need to agree. I think if we can use half an hour, and we should back here by 2:15. So lunch will be saved if only half an hour. So at least to maintain the time of finishing the first part of the day, the first day, the second part of the first day. So we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2:15. Thank you so much. Karibuni wote.
delegates. Victor Mzirai from TCRA, is he here? Oh, okay, thank you. Attention delegates, good afternoon again and welcome back. I believe everyone has got lunch. While we are waiting others to join us, which we're going to give another 3 to 5 minutes before we begin our afternoon session. And as you can see on our program, the afternoon session is the topic is advancing the resilience of key sectors. Our next presentation was for the Minister of Communication and Information Technology, but the presenter is not here yet. So hopefully he will come. Obviously, we're going to move to presentation number 5. So we can we can proceed with the presentation number 5 to keep the session moving smoothly. If presentation number 4
presenter number 4 turn up, obviously we'll move back to that presentation. While we are waiting for presenter number 5 to get ready, maybe it's a quiz time. So we just participate from quiz while we're waiting our presenter to be ready. So I'll be asking questions. Maybe someone can volunteer and say something. So obvious question number 1. Question number 1 is about cyber savvy. So which of these is not a type of cyber attack? A, ransomware. B, phishing. C, firewall. D, DDoS. Anyone? Yes, at the back. Yes, sir. Karibu. Karibu, yes.
Yes, firewall is not a cyber attack.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I think our presenter is ready now. Mr. Victor Mzirai from TCRA will be presenting presentation number 5 about CERT management, success, challenge, and call for action. A round of applause to our presenter, Mr. Victor Mzirai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Because it's an afternoon section, I'll not take much time boring you with the long presentation. I have a very brief presentation about CERT. And after the presentation, I think we'll have a session for questions and if you have any contributions. As the facilitator introduced, my name is Victor. I am a senior ST officer at TCRA. I work under so-called Tanzania Computer Emergency Response Team. So this presentation is all about the CERT team. You'll get to know if you don't know about CERT team. And we'll see also the challenges, success, but also we'll take a look at what are the call for action we think we have to make sure we address. So as we wait for the next slide, so this is a quick overview of what I'm going to cover very quickly. So we're gonna start with a short background information about what is actually TZ-CERT and why it was established, and then we'll delve into TZ-CERT, what is actually TZ-CERT and its constituents, and then, and then we'll take a look and explain what the services that TZ-CERT provides. We'll also discuss very key challenges and success in responding cybersecurity issues in Tanzania. And then we'll, as I said, we'll conclude with a call for action on how we can strengthen our national cybersecurity. I think this is an area that will need most of your contribution and suggestions. I'm looking forward. And all of this presentation will have a structured understanding of TZ-CERT role and broader cybersecurity landscape in Tanzania. So let's begin by understanding why TZ-CERT was so essential and was established. As you understand that ICT is a very vital sector in Tanzania and in many other countries in the globe to drive the economy, social and cultural development. However, the reliance usage of ICT brings a lot of cybersecurity challenges that we need to face. We face many various cyber threats, including hacking, malware, phishing, secret injection, and many other cyber attacks that previous presenters have explained. But these things really need to be addressed. But also you can see the statistics from the illustration of the growth of ICT in Tanzania. For the past 5 years, you can see the growth of internet users. It has grown up to 74.5, nearly 75%, comparing year 2019 and 2025. So we have, right now by January, this is a report from TCRA, quarter reports, we have 48 million users, internet users. So you can see how there is a significant increase in number of users that are using internet in Tanzania. This is, okay. It's a little bit a snapshot of country cyberspace. I just did this query. You had a previous presentation about Jordan. So I also did that as an internet search of things. If you can't see how many IPs are exposed in Tanzania, you can see more than 100,000 public IPs that are exposed online. So you can see how much we have visibility of attackers in globally. But also I kind of filtered on, so what are the web services that we have exposed? So we have almost 38,000 they're exposed. They're exposed in a sense that they are servicing people, or some of the ports have been left open without maybe knowledge of the administrator. But this is just to show you how a bit of snapshot of our country cyber posture and how many devices actually we exposed to the internet. So to explain all of this, in 2010, International Telecommunication Union, it was at the conference, the so-called World Telecommunication Development Conference, WTDC, they adopted a resolution. So this WTDC is a conference that is being hosted by ITU, and they sit in every 4 years. And they have many resolutions around different areas, but resolution 69 was specifically agreed to establish computer emergency response teams for all countries. So ITU assisted Tanzania and many other countries in Africa. So there were like 17 countries in Africa were helped by ITU to create CERTs. So from 2010, Tanzania was one of the beneficiary of the project, and we started a project with ITU, and actually the CERT was operational in 2014. So right now there is an ongoing project with the ITU helping other countries to build CERT. Right now we have 7 countries in Africa. They are still building their CERT. Example, Burundi and I think DRC. They're still helped by ITU to build the CERT. So what exactly is CERT? TZ-CERT. So TZ-CERT just stands for Tanzania Computer Emergency Response Team. You might also have heard some other countries use the word CERT or CERT. It's more likely they mean the same thing, because when the CERT were established, the name CERT was actually a trademark owned by one of the universities in America, so it was not allowed to use the word CERT until you have a sort of a permission from the university, and we had a permission from the university. But right now you can use, because they cancelled off that trademark. So you can see some other countries like Kenya, they use CERT, but they all mean the same thing. So TZ-CERT is, as I said, is a national team responsible for coordinating response to cybersecurity incidents in Tanzania. So similar to other countries, like if you go to Kenya, you get CERT, you have to go on Uganda, there's UG-CERT, and around many countries. But also, CERT was established under the law. It's Section 124 of Electronic Post and Communication Act. In short form, we called EPUCA of 2010. So the CERT was established, and it's sitting under the structure of TCRA. And our operation started 10 years back in 2014. CERT also has regulations that support the Act. We have a principal regulation of 2018, but we have amendments of 2013, 2023 and 2025 that elaborates the responsibility of CERT. There is a so-called technical advisory committee. This is a technical team that is responsible for advising TCRA for technical matters related to cybersecurity, and provide guidance and expertise to support TZ-CERT operations. So it includes, I think you cannot see it well, but it includes like 8 bodies. We have representative from financial sector, BOT. We have 1 member from there who is the chairman, but we also have a member from Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. So Ministry contributes because it's responsible for ICT policy and strategy and development. So we have a representative from there, but we also have a representative from law enforcement agents. These are the essential for investigation and prosecuting cybercrime. We also have a representative from e-government, because they oversee digital infrastructure for the government. We have a representative from mobile operators and the internet service providers who provide internet connections, and we have a representative from TAMNOA. This TAMNOA is meaning Mobile Network Operator Association. But also we have one representative from education sector, research and development institutions. This is academia. We have a representative from University of Dar es Salaam. So they play a vital role in research, education and sort of that. But also we have a representative from private sector, and this is represented by TISPA, which is Tanzania Internet Services Provider Association. So this team actually, in every quarter, we have a meeting and we discuss different matters that advise TZSET on technical issues related to cybersecurity. So now let's look at what TZSET work with. TZSET collaborates with a wide range of stakeholders, which we call them constituents. So we have a bit of representatives from probably each sector. We have we call ministry agencies and authorities. These are being represented by IGA. So in that umbrella, we serve the ministry, department, and agents through IGA. So this is how we have actually decentralized our operations, because TZSET wants to remain with a central role. Remain with the central role, so we have actually decentralized and we have established these constituents which we work with. I don't know what's If you can help me to go to slide number 7. I think this is lagging behind. 7, yeah. Slide number 7. Yeah, so as we also have academia constituency, so under that umbrella they are being served by Telnet. I will explain later. We have established so-called sectorial sets. So these are small sets that serving the sector specific. So we have already established academia set, so it's serving an academia sector. But we have defense and security. This will, the constituents on a law enforcement agency. We are in the process of establishing what's called DSET in defense and security, but we're still in the process. But we have financial banking institution. Through BOT, we have established TZ FinSet. I think it's very active. We have a representative from BOT. Probably they can contribute after this presentation. We also have the representatives from MNO, ISP, and data center. We have not yet created a set, but we're still in conversation with who will host this we call communication tech set. So this is actually how TZSET interact with different stakeholders in serving cybersecurity issues in Tanzania. So we do a lot of things, but this is just key highlights on key services that we do provide. Of course, I've categorized it in 4 parts. In vulnerability management, we do, of course, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing as many other, but we have also delegated those activities to the sectorial sets, but time to time we collaborate with them. But we also do vulnerability assessment on general cyberspace. So the aim is to gather and analyze information, is to identify weakness and in the systems and networks before they can be exploited. But we also prepare security alerts, warning, and advisories. We have 2 different kinds of advisories. We have advisories that we published in the website. These are public, but we issue many security advisories to organizations that they are private because they have sensitive information that you can not see in the website, but we also do that. I think there's issue with the projector, but the other part that we do cyber threat intelligence. This is one of the very core thing that we do. We gather and analyze information, potential and the active cyber threats that they are targeting Tanzania cyberspace. And we also collaborate with other international organizations that provide us with the information regarding with the threats that are originating from our IPs, so that we can enhance and understanding the threat landscape. But also we do incident response, which is also our core role, managing and coordinate cybersecurity incidents. So we have a lot of incidents that are happening and originating from Tanzania IPs that we coordinate from other countries like another CERT or cybersecurity managing services from other countries that they contact us on the malicious activities that are happening in Tanzania, targeting their countries. So we are the one who coordinate actually and respond to these incidents. But also we do, of course, respond to cybersecurity incidents that are happening from our constituents. So we go and do those steps to do, incident response like containment, eradication, and recovery efforts as well. But also we provide digital forensic services. We work very closely with the cybercrime unit to investigate some of incidents which in nature really need digital forensic services. So we have also that capability, and we really collaborate with other stakeholders. But we provide also capacity building to constituents to enhance their cybersecurity skills and expertise within Tanzania. So normally we do every quarter we do 2 trainings, and we invite based on the cyber threat intelligence that we get, and we prepare the contents according to what's actually trending and it's important in that sector that we are going to train. But we do normal security operations. This is really real-time monitoring of cybersecurity incidents using our monitoring sensor. We have honeypot systems that we receive different data that we measure and see and measure what's threats targeting Tanzania. But also we closely work with sector and national sites around the world to share the information and coordinate response. But also we conduct cybersecurity awareness through our TCR department for communication. As you can see, there are some many cybersecurity awareness programs that are going on general public, mainly on cybersecurity best practices. I wish we have the presentation on. Moving to the next slide. Sorry? We can wait for a moment? Okay. Saying there's a power issue. Yeah. Yusuf, you have something to say? Sorry? So, in terms of regional, international collaboration on cybersecurity, we do real work with many stakeholders on the regional capacity, but on also international capacity. On the international capacity, as I said earlier, we work with International Telecommunication Union, ITU, but also we work with the other CERTs around the world. We have a collaboration with Japan CERT. We have also collaboration with India CERT and CERT Poland. But we are the member of Forum for Incident Response Security Teams first. So this is an association that has more than 700 CERT around the world. So they normally have regional meetings, or they have annual security meetings. So but we also share many informations between teams through an umbrella of FIRST. But we also have a collaboration with CAMP. This is Cyber Alliance for Mutual Progress in South Korea. But we do also work with CERT in Germany. They provide us with many cyber threat intelligence regarding with compromised IP. So we normally receive like 2 weeks, two times a week, a lot of information from CERT. In terms of threat intelligence data, we have collaboration with many open source companies. We have proprietary threat intelligence platforms, but we also like to work with open source that they provide us with the threat intelligence data. So we work with Shadow Servers and Team Camry. But in terms of general CERT in Africa, we work with all CERTs in Africa, and we have collaboration with CERT Egypt. But also in East African region, we have a so-called IACO, East African Communication Organization, that we also have collaboration with the national CERTs in East Africa. So CERT Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi. There is also a new established CERT in South Sudan. We also work together in area of cybersecurity. In area of cybersecurity incident response, but also capacity building. We have organized cyber drills that we do on the regional capacity, but also there are also cyber drills that are being organized at global capacity. Like next month, there is a global ITU global cyber drill that is going to be happening in Dubai. So it brings all teams around the world, and we do sort of drills and simulations in cybersecurity. So TZCERT has made significant advances in enhancing cybersecurity in Tanzania, but also we face many challenges, of course. Just touch base on very key success that we can I change the mic? I think there is battery low. It keeps shutting down. Thank you. So we have So we have already established a legal framework. We have laws and regulation in place. Of course, we have Electronic and Postal Communication Act. We have a Cybercrime Act. We also have Electronic Transaction Act. So these are the legal frameworks that are already in place, and they facilitate many things to support cybersecurity activities in Tanzania. But right now, as I said in the previous slides, we have established sectorial sets. So we have now 3 operational. We have TZ FinSet. This is a small set, sectorial set in financial sector. We have IGSOC. So this is a small set that has been run by e-government agency. So it oversees government agencies and the ministry. But also we have a academia set that oversees the academia constituents. In terms of policy and strategy, we have a national ICT policy of 2016, but also we had a cybersecurity strategy from 2017 to 2024, but we have a new strategy that is coming up now. I think it's in final draft. I think the people from the ministry might have a word on this, but we have a strategy that is going to start this year until 2030. It also already also mentioned that we, as Tanzania, were ranked highly in cybersecurity commitment. So the so-called GCI. So the GCI is an ITU, a trusted reference that actually measures the commitment of countries to cybersecurity. So they conduct the assessment. So last year we had GCI version 5, where we were ranked in Tier 1 as a role mode. They had actually 5 tiers. So they had Tier 1, which is really changing with this emerging technology. We use like AI, high qualified cybersecurity staff, and they just remain with normal IT skills that might impact in cybersecurity posture of a company. But also another challenge is global border legal shortcomings. In addressing crime between borders can transcend, can present legal challenges that require international cooperation. Like if cybercrime has been committed in Tanzania, but it's sourced from other countries that we don't have collaboration, so it's really hard to handle such crime. So cross-border legal shortcomings is sometimes a challenge. Like others said previous, we have a lack of awareness among our community, cybersecurity awareness. We know people are weakest link. You might invest in technology, much in technology, firewalls, and many other advanced technologies, but if you don't invest, or your people, employees lack cybersecurity awareness, they can just be the source of a very potential cyber attack just by clicking a link or doing something that they didn't aware of. So cybersecurity awareness is really insufficient in many SMEs and individuals in Tanzania, and I think this is a challenge that we as stakeholders, we need to make sure that we tackle and advances. Another challenge is reluctant to report cybersecurity incidents. We understand many cybersecurity incidents go unreported in Tanzania. We have a very low number of cybersecurity incidents that are being reported to either sectorial sets or the national sets. So because it's hindering the effort to understand the full context of the problem. So if one, let's say an example, if one bank is being hacked and you're not aware exactly on the information and technical details of what happened in that incident, you have little knowledge to take appropriate action and avoid make other banks that use similar technology to make sure they have they can have measures to protect against that. It could be they avoid reporting incidents due probably to reputational damage or regulatory consequences, or just lack of awareness if the sets are operating, but this can really lead in a problem if we don't take appropriate measure. Lastly, in call for action, in order to strengthen our national cybersecurity, we think it's really important to foster trust and cooperation and collaboration that enables timely sharing of threat intelligence and best practices. As many previous speakers and contributors have shared, we probably lack a strong collaboration between stakeholders and cybersecurity, from the companies to those organizations that handle cybersecurity. We really lack that strong collaboration that might have strengthened the whole ecosystem of the cybersecurity. Because in the ecosystem of cybersecurity, if you don't have collaboration with every stakeholders in that in the area of cybersecurity, it's really a problem to achieve good results and strengthening national cybersecurity. But we also advocate for more investment in cybersecurity initiatives. So we call upon companies and investors that can act now and build a resilience future where innovation can thrive securely. So because now we talk about digital transformation, but if we don't really invest also in cybersecurity, our innovations cannot really thrive securely. So we really need also to have secure perspective in mind. Right now we have seen a good number adoption of emerging technologies like blockchain and generative AI, especially in generative AI. So we call upon the stakeholders to consider risks that and security issues with regards to generative AI. Things like data privacy, we have talked about data privacy and confidentiality. We have different vulnerabilities that can occur within generative AI, like supply chain vulnerabilities, but we also have prompt injection and other many vulnerabilities that can be cause of generative AI. So we call upon many stakeholders that either in employees or the company make use of generative AI, they have to use in a sense that they have to consider the risk and security issues with regarding to use of generative AI. Like for example, the prompt injection, we have seen that some people are using malicious inputs to manipulate how actually the behavior of AI works. So this is really a problem, can bring biasness, but bring wrong information to the public. And just think in future, like 10 to 15 years from now, if we don't take actions, then it will be really a problem. Also, in critical infrastructure protection, there is a real need to prioritize security of essential services and critical national infrastructure to ensure their resilience against cyber attacks. So it's really important that we protect our critical infrastructure to ensure that the critical services and essential services are safe against and resilient against the cyber attacks. Also, enhanced awareness and education, capacity building and talent development. We, as Jesus said, we have been doing also the cybersecurity awareness, but it's not important. As I said, it's an ecosystem on cybersecurity. All stakeholders need to engage and collaborate in facilitate cybersecurity awareness among themselves and the public, so that we can have enhanced awareness and education in Tanzania in general. But lastly, we really need to strengthen our existing laws and regulation so that they can effectively address cybercrime and support cybersecurity efforts in Tanzania. There is an issue with this, no? But that was my last slide. Thank you for your time and attention. I hope this presentation has provided you a bit clear understanding of TZCERT and the importance of cybersecurity in Tanzania. So if you have contributions and questions, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Victor. Despite this small technical glitch, but I think everyone was okay. You can sit, have a seat, please. So, just to catch up from the previous discussion and presentation of the cybersecurity landscape, in this presentation, Victor tried to give us a brief on the role of TCRA in ensuring that we have a secure cyberspace in Tanzania. And by law, they are required to manage the Tanzania Computer Emergency Response Team. So that was all about CERT. If you already know about CERT, then you're safe. If you just heard about CERT today, you're lucky. Can I invite any questions? But anyhow, even besides CERT, whatever you think of the role of TCRA, they're the regulator of the ICT industry. If you want to commend whatever job they are doing, or you want to recommend anything which you think they could help them shape the management of cybersecurity and the cybersecurity landscape in Tanzania, you're welcome for any ideas, or you have faced any good experience, or you have faced any bad experience in the cybersecurity landscape, anything to tell the regulator, you're welcome. So I know it's bad timing, but we can get something out from this discussion. First hand. This presentation will be shared, so you're going to have time to review Victor's presentation at your own time. But I'd like to congratulate Victor. He gave a good elaboration despite not having his presentation being shown to the audience.
Okay, thank you so much, Victor, for a very good presentation. And actually, I would like to congratulate and recognize the contribution from TZCERT, and of course TCRA in general, in accelerating cybersecurity initiatives and of course practices across the country. So I had one or two, basically one questions, but with an ending recommendation. So of course we understand SMEs, as far as Tanzania is concerned, contributes to somewhere around 60 to 80% in terms of the economy acceleration, but also the entire digital transformation ecosystem. So with that in mind, there is also an understanding that most of the SMEs lack the adequate cybersecurity practices. And that is, of course, evident due to budgetary implication, but of course, the willingness to invest in cybersecurity. Now, having all those in mind, and understanding that they contribute somewhere around 60 to 80%, these SMEs are very interconnected within our country, so of course that itself poses a risk. And of course, they also introduce different entry points as far as cybersecurity and cybersecurity is concerned, with most of the risks such as supply chain risks, but also lack of critical cybersecurity controls. So I was curious if there is any movement along the way or any strategic initiative around specializing a specific CERT that will try and address the issues or the risks that are derived from the SME region. Because as we understand, most of the CERTs, of course, which has been a very good move, have been present during the initiation of the FinCERT, but also recently the Comtech CERT, which is, of course, they are very great initiatives trying to look around the financial sector, but also the communication and the telecom sector. But there is a gray area, areas such as the health sector, manufacturing and industry, but also recently with transportation. We have the SGR project, which is, of course, now, it's not a project anymore, so it's something that is already operational. And all of these are in a very digitalized manner. So they pose a risks, however, as I said earlier, so this is an area of needs. So as a minimal baseline, whereas we try to needs. So as a minimal baseline, whereas we try to engage them.
Of 10 to 15 people, they cannot outreach every individual in the country. So outreach every individual in the country. So we came with this strategy, our Director General came with the strategy. Now we need to decentralize to get more stakeholders engaged. So right now before that we had to go to the banks to do those sort of things. Now we have a sectorial set, TZ FinCERT, it will help us to reach out even those small banks, not all NMB, but those small banks. And also we have Academia CERT. We were not able to reach, we had a conversation with the Academia CERT last time. We normally do sectorial meetings, and he was explaining how it was helping those very small universities that doesn't even have a firewall. They just have a router, and they help them to enhance their security, sometimes to host their systems in a more secured manner. That means they host them at the sectorial set, at Academia set, just to improve the security posture. But that one was not there before, so it was a move done by TCRA to do that, and we are going further. Right now, we are also in recognizing the critical infrastructure, and most of the critical infrastructure are in area of industrial control systems. We have been talking with Tildo. Tildo oversees small companies that automates their processes, so they more use in control systems. And they gave us one of the industry was hacked, and they could not do the productions. Just it was a cyber threats. I think they exposed one of their control systems on the public, and they were exploited. So our move now, we are almost in 40% to establish industrial CERT, and this is going to more focus on industrial control systems, the SCADA networks, and those stuffs which are in operation technology. So there are a lot of initiatives that are not yet on the public face, but we are still working on. And as I said, collaboration is more important from the stakeholders to try to help, because as I said, with that small team cannot achieve that much without collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. From the question and what Vic responded, we meant CERT is still also progressively expanding, try to reach out to other sectors. And probably there might be a concern like now we are moving to AI or whatever, so we are onboarding intelligent systems, probably in transportation, manufacturing, production industries and whatever. So they are working hard to try to reach out to all sectors. But I also throw a question to the audience for the sake of learning. Anyone who knows how other global CERTs have been able to reach out to all sectors of transport, manufacturing, whoever sectors who are using intelligence systems which are subject to cyber attacks and whatever, can also share some experience, which can also be an insight to TCRA on how best they can approach, because intelligence systems are evolving fast, and probably we need to have a robust set which is capable to reach out to all sectors. So any two or one person who could share experience which can give an insight on the discussion. Yes? Yeah.
Thank you, Victor, for the presentation. It was definitely quite a good one, and once you share that presentation, we'll benefit more, because I think there was a technical issue. Jason, I'm not probably addressing what the question you have asked, but I'm looking at how does TCRA or TZ-CERT work with the law enforcement, with the police or the investigation or the CIDs, because there we had some incident, and then it has to be reported to the law enforcement authority, but then the involvement of TCRA or the developments on cyber was not taken up to that level. So how is the work of TCRA in crime with the law enforcement? That was my first question. And the second one was, because I'm in capacity building, especially in these areas, how do we benefit out of TZ-CERT? We did approach the academia. We attend also some of their workshops, but they were quite shallow, and it was not what was actually needed in the market. So I would probably look at, because we are ranking quite high just now in Africa, so we would like, as a capacity building people, to benefit from what you are actually doing than giving us more of an academic delivery. Asante.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your questions and insights. To start off with your first question, actually, there is a cybersecurity and cybercrime. So, according to the law, cybercrime should be handled by law enforcement agencies. So, we are kind of, when cybersecurity incident has gone to a crime, then that should be handled by Tanzania Police, which is a law enforcement agency. But as I said, we do collaborate in technical capabilities. Like, for example, as I said in my presentation, for example, if that crime needed a bit of digital forensic that police force don't have capacity, then normally we work together and assist them in technical capacity. But handling totally cybercrime, according to Cybercrime Act, it's a totally responsibility of police to do that. And if there is anything that we support them according to the regulation, we normally support the police in that matter. In terms of capacity building, as I said, we do capacity building to organizations
in our constituents. There is a room for collaboration, of course. I don't know in what capacity we can do that, but it's something that we can discuss offline on how actually we'll need to understand actually what you do and what you work with in detail, and then we can sort of see how we can collaborate with you stakeholders. But I think will perfectly work and will expand our means to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. I still posed my question or comment on anyone who can share experience on how further we can enhance and shape what CERT is doing and add to them more experience in trying to reach out to all sectors of the country. I see another hand from Noah. We understand they are doing a good job trying to reach out, but if there is any experience you want to share with CERT, you're invited. There's a last hand there.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you for your presentation. My name is Noah. I'm from TISPA. I just wanted to make a comment to your defense from the previous contributor in line with what TZSAT is doing, beyond just, of course, what you presented, so that the audience know. From the perspective of TISPA, as an association of internet service providers, we've been obviously working with TZSAT for a very long time, in fact since its inception. And one thing that is true in terms of the practicality of the TZSAT in relationship to the ISPs is that TZSAT has been, in the last couple of years, sending the different ISP members of TISPA periodic update on all sorts of security incidents that are taking place, especially CVEs, vulnerabilities that are been, somehow maybe published somewhere. So we are notified, all ISPs are notified proactively. We often even receive these notifications on a weekly basis. And obviously what we do with that information is to enhance our systems once the systems from TZSAT pick up some of these things. Because they scan and see that, there's these specific IP addresses which are vulnerable, and then they send us that information. Once they send this information to the ISPs work to fix those specific vulnerabilities. So that is just a practical work that TZSAT is currently actually doing beyond just what the presenter was saying earlier on. So it's an important organization, and for us as the ISP Association, we really benefit from those updates, and we know that they are going to continue to do that as we work also to fix those CVEs and stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. There was another hand. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I may stand to feel comfortable. My name is Morris Daudi. I'm from Zumba University. One is like just a comment, not necessarily a question. TZSAT provide a weekly report on attack, and I usually go through this report to see what can I learn from. As I come from education sector, I'm also responsible to see what students we are teaching can they learn from. So my comment is about this report, if you can consider expanding its scope by providing more details. As I look through, I can't figure out exactly some of the attack, what were they targeting, and the form of the attack, how they penetrate. At some point I thought also maybe you keep this confidential for some particular purposes. So if you can respond, is it possible to expand the scope of this report? If not possible, when you approach the officiary, can you provide that access? And number two, You may check if you can respond, but if not, it's okay. I was just curious to know the wide spirit of this message that man is sending to this number, regardless of the effort you have been making. Can we know what is happening behind the scene? Because the effort you are there, but you still see those messages. Thanks.
Thank you. Should we take it as a comment, or you want to say something?
Yes, I can add some comment to key issues spoken. Specific to the report that we share, that actually it's the honeypot report, so it's a network that we have built. It's a number of devices, we call them like decoy, so it's not a real system, but we have planted some decoys that they tell attacker like it's a true system, but it's not a true system. So that report you see, it gives you a trend or a visibility on what kind of attacks that Tanzania it gives us knowledge on what attacks of Tanzania being targeted. So it's not a live system, it's just decoys that we have planted. So if the reports that have details which are really sensitive, we don't share them publicly. We normally give them to specific institutions like compromised IP. Sometimes we do vulnerability management, and sometimes we do also proof of concept until, let's say, there is remote code execution to one of the website, and we need a user to understand exactly what attacker can achieve. We do sort of proof of concept, and that report is very sensitive, and then we cannot share with the public. So normally we share with specific constituents or specific member that deals with that compromise.
So maybe from what the gentleman recommended, and given the fact that is coming from the research institution, maybe he was looking at the angle of some kind of details which can also help them to shape their researches and come up with solutions which can also assist CERT. So maybe CERT can consider his comment and try to look at which organization should we give them certain level of details depending on their core activities. Probably there are some organizations don't need more details, but maybe for the researchers, you can see if we give them such details, it can help them come up with a certain research which can also help us address some challenges. Should I take it like that? Yeah. So CERT should consider that. There's another hand.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mzirai. Please, if you can tell us a bit on the positioning of TZCERT and TCRA. I look at it like experience with other countries is like they have a dedicated coordination center which actually deal with the CERT. If you can highlight a bit on that, the establishment of TZCERT and TCRA. The second is on the financial institutions. I think from the previous presentation, we had a bit, the most vulnerable is the financial sector. And I see from your advisory, technical advisory team, you have the central bank, but I don't see clearly where is the commercial banks comes in. Because I feel like these are the mostly vulnerable industry. But also, I would like to hear from you at national level, do we have a means to filter or just to tell us the most attacks from the internet? Do we have a means to filter this kind of threats, the cyber threats at the national level? Or in other words, do we have a means to monitor What are the where are the origins of these threats coming into the country and the like? But the fourth is if you can tell us exactly how is the escalation matrix works in terms of if I have an issue, how do I report, and how is TANZANIA will react on what I have reported. And then the fifth one is on skepticism of reporting the attacks. I think the commercials, I mean the banks, the banking sector, well, there are some reports which are produced from time to time. But if you go to the reality of the issues, I think they are much affected. And what is being reported could not really reflect the reality. So how do you, as TANZANIA, how do you, any strategy that you are working on in terms of addressing the issue of skepticism, in terms of reporting this, because it has some negative reflections in the business perspective, especially for the competitors and the like. Further to that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your questions and contribution. If I get correctly, I will answer your question from number one. So you asked about why TANZANIA was positioned at TCRA. So this sort of practice was adopted by ITU due to maturity level. So when they started these CERTs for developing countries, many developing countries, they came up with a practice that it's good to put them under regulator for communication because he has visibility on many ICT issues. And when you start a CERT, you need a financial capability to be able to operate your operations. So we adopted actually this due to maturity level. So if you can see also some other CERT around the world, they also started in that way. Even in East Africa still, Kenya CERT sits under communication regulator for telecom in Kenya, also similar to Uganda. If you go to Rwanda, of course, they started that. The CERT was under a regulator, but due to maturity level they defined, they actually started a national authority for cybersecurity. But as I can assure you that as we go and the maturity level keeps going on, I think we'll reach in that level. I think we have example of Ghana. They started with CERT Ghana, but now they have authority. So it depends on maturity level, and with the time goes in development, I think we will reach there. You said about financial sector. So the TZ FinCERT is not specific for BOT. So BOT is somebody that CERT sit on. So it's not that BOT is overseeing only BOT system and other, but is overseeing the whole financial sector. So you can go to commercial banks, microfinances, and every licensees that deals finances, and they have a license in at the central bank. So it's more than what you said. They actually do more than that, and they oversee the whole financial sector. In terms of filtering attacks at national level, that's in practical is really not possible to do that at a national level. We can have one gateway, but you cannot you cannot filter at a national level very sophisticated attacks. So this is very individual level filtering. Like that's why we say organization need to have defend defense in their networks. But there are some very key attacks that you can filter at a national level, like distributed denial of service. You can detect at a national level gateway, and then you'll be able to drop those IPs. But because if you filter all attacks at a national level, it can be a problem to ISPs and other stuff. So that's why responsibility for filtering cyber attacks is normally on the ISP level and organization level and stuff. But if you, exactly for those more sophisticated attacks, but for those highly attacks like distributed denial of service, at a national level we can detect that, and those IPs that operate that operation or that campaign will be able to block them at a national level. That's possible in practical perspective. The escalation matrix, if you have an incident and it's a general public, you can report direct to CERT. We have an email, we have a phone number from the website. I think from my presentation you can see. But if you are from specific sector, like you're IT officer or security officer from a bank, so you are under financial sector, so it's very important that you report first to TZ FinCERT. We normally, the sectorial set, we normally coordinate. So the TZ FinCERT will eventually report to TZ CERT so that we can log that incident and then we can learn from that. So that is how our escalation matrix is. The last one I really didn't get it well, so if you can repeat, or somebody who has heard correct, you can respond. I don't know.
Your last question?
Your last question, I didn't get it.
If Bank A is attacked by certain threats and caused some financial loss, they do report we have this kind of incident, but some they do not actually report. They take it on their own, they correct their systems, and the business keeps on going. The issue is when they disclose this kind of informations, probably it has some business implications. So there is a kind of challenge in terms of TZ CERT getting a clear statistics on what is happening on the ground. So my question was, are there any means that even if institution A or bank A does not report, probably there is a way that TZ CERT could identify this kind of threats. Thank you.
So if I put it in a summary, it's like your question is, some institution can be attacked and not report on the effect of the attack or the losses they've encountered. So is there a possibility CERT can have access to such information, which probably that institution is keeping it confidential, right?
Yes.
Yeah, technically, if the incident is not reported, there is no way that TZ CERT can know Bank A has been hacked. That's why the last challenge on my presentation, I said there is a problem, reluctant to report cybersecurity incidents. Most cybersecurity incidents go unreported. Now, we have to discuss now. It could be, from the bank perspective, it could be due to reputation loss or, let's say, regulatory consequences, but this is really a problem. That's why we put in a challenge. But we advocate the banks or the stakeholders to report incidents because it's really important to learn.
A note on what Victor has said. The banks and financial institutions are mandated to report any cybersecurity threat or breach. So it is the compliance issue. It is more of compliance issue. And if they do not report, when we go to conduct the ICT examinations and collaborations. So we emphasize on our monthly meetings, we advocate for them to share freely. Some of the information can be shared anonymously. It is not necessarily that you share into detail. We filter what to share so that the cyberspace can be protected at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that insight. There was another.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac. First of all, let me congratulate you for your good presentation. My name is Nafid Ali from IFOM, Achieving Computer Science, first year. I've got 3 questions here. The first question, what strategies you as TZCERT currently implementing to strengthen national cybersecurity awareness and response, especially among young innovators and startups? Secondly, how does TCERT ensure data protection and privacy during the handling of the cybersecurity incidents, especially in financial and health sectors? The last question, are there any programs or resources from TZCERT, especially aimed to help we young developers to build secure systems from the ground up? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen from IFM, for your questions. If I may ask from the last questions, of course, we have initiatives that are currently running in terms of cybersecurity to support youth. We have so-called cyber champions. It's an initiative to bring together cybersecurity champions in terms of cybersecurity, and we give them platform that they can be known. I think I have seen some cyber champions here. Previous cyber champions have been here with us. So that initiative helps the youth from the universities that are doing career in cybersecurity so that they can foster their capability in cybersecurity. So we have that initiative which has helped students to get employment. We have all cyber champions winners employed in big techs in Tanzania. So that is one of the initiatives that we've done. But we have also another program that's called Girls in ICT. So specifically, it has been focusing on girls, try to bring gap between girls and boys. So this is initiatives that are being run by TCRA, try to help the youth. In terms of the strategy for awareness, of course, we follow the national cybersecurity strategy that is being created by the ministry, and we have implementation guidelines that help us to achieve that. So we have a strategy in place that guide us on how action plans that we do in next 5 years. So as to respond to your question, we have a strategy in place. In terms of data protection, of course, as a regulation for data protection, we have a data protection officer in the TCRA because we handle sensitive data. In case of any breach that occurs, data protection officer will be able to communicate with the commission, and we follow the standards and regulation as per the Commission regulation. So to respond to your question, we really follow the data protection procedures that are being put by the government. Thank you.
So, Mr. Afif, you may seek to find out the Cyber Champions initiative that is run by TCRA. You can also look at how you can engage your fellows from IFM to join the initiative. Sorry. The next question, please. Short, 1-2 minutes, so that we others can also.
Okay. Thank you, Victor, for the nice presentation. So me, I have two short questions. First is, I would like to know, how do you handle or coordinate on major cyber attacks like the ransom, especially from the private sector stakeholders? And secondly, I would like to know your mode of operation. Are you operating 24/7 or are you operating 12/7? Because I believe sometimes you cannot predict when the cyber attack is going to happen. So sometimes we come across with the incidents which will require your TZZ intervention. Then sometimes you can see the proactiveness. So I would like to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To start with the last question, we do 24/7. We have people sitting over after working hours until morning, so we cover the 24 hours. So in any case, you send your incidents midnight to be received. On how we handle the major cybersecurity incidents like ransomware, of course, when the incident occurs, there are processes that we follow as the best standards and best practices, but we advocate to foresee the attacks before they happen. So we are more of proactive to make sure that this might cause ransomware rather than be reactive and then solving the ransomware, which might be impossible to decrypt the information after. So we have a very strong cyber threat intelligence program that we gather a lot of intelligence that helps constituents to protect their systems so that they cannot be hit by ransomware. And that, I think, is very important in cybersecurity rather than be reactive. So we advocate more proactive actions than being reactive, which might be impossible to recover the data after being hit by ransomware. So if we hit by ransomware, then we will use the best practices that we use, and we can use the platform of being a national CERT by coordinating with other international CERTs in solving such incidents. We had an incident of ransomware a few times ago, and because we are the team, one of the national teams in more than 700 teams, so we have a platform where we can ask each other if you have been hit with this kind of ransomware. We share indicators of compromise, and if they have by any way a decrypting function, then they might share, and then we can solve the incident. Otherwise, if it's a new ransomware and it has never occurred, maybe it's a new campaign from the advanced persistence threats, APTs groups, then we share those in case of compromise so that the those advanced CERTs or advanced security authority can take a look on that, and then they can learn what kind of ransomware that we are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, you want to?
Have a mic here.
Oh, you have the mic.
Tani.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Victor. My issue is an advice to bit. I just respond to Mr. Isa. He asked you a question about how do you filter these issues of attack at national level? But if you see, the government is investing a lot with TCRA, and that TZD CERT is under TCRA. In fact, you are supposed to, the obligation of this team must be look on national level, not depending on individual institution is attacked and then to report for you. Some of the institutions, they are lacking such of tools and so forth. Anything regarding with Tanzania, from outside or from wherever, TCRA should respond immediately so as to rescue further risks which can take place with this individual institution. If you just say we are going to, it is responsible of the individual institution, and then TCRA is there, I think it won't work properly. It's better TCRA to work on this TZD set, just to scale up, to make sure any attack coming from outside attacking Tanzania, you should be able to detect it before and even that institution has being attacked. I think that is my advice. Though you are saying that the institution is responsible to do some security, of course, but TCRA and that team must look on that thing. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that. So the question from a gentleman was to filter, not to handle those incidents. You cannot filter, you can detect and help. We have been helping a lot of organizations without even knowing them. We have creating a lot of security advisories from the website. Normally every day we do like scanning in cyberspace, and if we encounter cybersecurity vulnerabilities, we check if there is any proof of concept, and we send it to those institutions. We normally do the open ports. Even today, over 100 IPs open ports which are very unsecure. We had a presentation from a lady, and I had this morning disseminated more than 100 IPs that were exposed, and these are those small, just an organization has a firewall, but it has exposed RDB ports and other ports. So we do that. The issue was you cannot technically filter every attack from a national level, because there is latency, there is quality of service. Because now, if I filter, then there will be quality of service, and the people, they will say, now internet is slow. That's why I'm saying, technically you cannot filter everything at a national level, because we have one gateway that is going to the world, and then there is no that practice that you can install the firewall there and start filtering the attacks. Now your internet will be becoming slow, because it's not the best practice technically. So the issue of filtering, technically it's not recommended to do that. As I said earlier, there are some of the issues that you can detect and filter at a national level, like distributed denial of service. You can allocate this exact IPs. They are the source of maybe their bots which are creating this denial of service. That you can do, but you cannot filter like SQL injection. You filter at a national level. That's not possible, because it will impact business, it will impact quality of service and other stuff. But as I assure you, we do a lot of things, and we issue a lot of private advisories to small organizations, even sometimes to very small companies, secondary schools, many organizations. I can tell you that we do, and we share them security advisors, and these advisors we cannot put in public so that you cannot see it. But there is a lot of work that is being done behind you, and is not visible by other people. But I assure you, we work, and we'll work together to achieve a top cybersecurity.
Thank you. So I'm looking at not more than 3 questions before we wind out. Yeah.
Yes. Hello. My name is Anmar from TIC. I have a question and a suggestion. Maybe TZSET have a platform for the pen tester to test their skills? Is it public available?
We have a plan in the next financial year to have CTF is a platform to capture the flag. So we create simulations where public can also do that. But as I said, we normally do for students and youth in cyber champions. So we normally create those simulations in different perspective, in network, reverse engineering and other stuff, so that the student can be able to test and do the capture the flag. But for the general public, we have that in next financial year. We're going to have a platform that we can have a simulation. But in constituents, we normally host cyber drills, annual cyber drills. TZSET hosts the annual cyber drills where we call members from constituents. So for example, we would ask BOT to choose from financial sector the representative, then they come to the cyber drill, and there we have simulations and exercises in cyber security, and there where they can practice and understand how actually in terms of red and blue team. Thank you.
Okay. My suggestion for the when the plan is already on it, I think maybe you can instead of every organization maybe asking for the TZSET to do their pen tests, you can put maybe if it's the system on that platform and then give the public like everyone to try to do a pen test on that system, and then the recommendation and the vulnerability found on that, and then you can give to that institution. I think that will be better. So instead of people doing on pen test on a public website or system, and then when they found out the code, it's like they fall under crime, cyber crime. So as my suggestion, you can try it. And I've seen, I don't remember which country, it's either Madagascar or Malaysia, they are doing it.
Yeah, we take that recommendation, but we also advocate some companies. We have Vodacom, I think Chaula is there. They have a backbound program, so they have exposed their systems. Every person who is interested can register to that backbound program, and then they can pen test, hack them, and if they have results, they can present to the backbound coordinator, and then if they evaluate and see it's valid, then they can be awarded money. We had a cyber champion, the first cyber champion guy did a lot in the backbound Vodacom and achieved a lot in terms of funds. I think it's also important for other companies if they can also start the backbound program in their systems, try to put them in that program so that people can test. Because I was talking to cybersecurity, head of cybersecurity at Vodacom, and said it has really helped them to build, to strengthen their system, because before that they saw that they were very secure, but after backbound program it has really helped them to secure and close those weaknesses. And as of now, he says you report the bugs has really dropped because most of the vulnerabilities have been advised. Thank you.
Thank you. So I take it like that was the last question and comment. So thank you very much. So from all the discussion and questions from this session, we think a takeaway could be like try to enhance collaboration between CERT and its other stakeholders so that we can drive CERT's maturity, of course, because it hasn't yet reached to all sectors. but also CERT also should also try to engage other sectors which they are not yet under CERT, try to leverage what they are doing and also try to empower them so that the maturity of CERT catches the pace of technology growth. As we know, more intelligent systems are rising and we need to strengthen our collaboration. So that's it for this session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Victor. That was insightful. Thank you, everyone.
That was our last presentation for the day. As the presentation number 4 from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology was not conducted. I would like to just taking a note. Yeah, thank you so much, Victor Mzirai, for your insightful presentation on Tanzania sectorial CERTs and showing the critical role in the national cybersecurity resilience. We also appreciate you for your skills guiding us, the session on keeping the conversational impact. Before I welcome the Director General of ICT Commission, Dr. Nkundu Mwasaga, for closing remark, I've got 2 announcements. You've seen on the screen, conference photos are available for all sessions. So you can scan the QR code to access them. But I'll really request you, when posting on social media, please remember to use our hashtag for the forum, which is hashtag CyberTZForum 2025. So we can celebrate the moment together. Also, don't forget to tag ICT Commission on our social media, ICT_Commission in all social media platforms. Evening tea will be served after the closing session, and again will be served at the back of the venue where we had the breakfast tea in the morning. So I think this will be a time to relax, network, and continuing the conversation in more casual setting. So we look seeing you there for more conversation. I would like now to welcome the Director General of ICT Commission, Dr. Nkundu Mwasaga, for closing remark for the day 1 of the 4th Tanzania Cyber Security Forum. A round of applause to Dr. Nkundu Mwasaga, please.
Mr. Tumaini, thank you very much for this opportunity to wrap up the day. What a day we have. We had a lot of discussion. We touched on many things. Basically, We have 4 topics for this forum. We have touched upon 2 topics, and I would like to mention topic number 1 is empowering governance for inclusive and sustainable cyberspace. And another topic is advancing the resilience of the key sectors. And in these topics, we had 4 presentations, which were followed up by discussion, and we had a very robust discussions here today. Presentation number 1 was dealing with data breach notification, German experience. It was delivered by Dr. Tino Newman. Second presentation was bridging the gap, integrating data governance into cyberspace strategies, and it was presented by a representative of Harish Butt. Presentation number 3 was behind the firewall African battle against cyberspace, of which we had very interesting things and the hands-on demonstration of some of the things which were very interesting. It was well delivered by Esther Mengi. And the last presentation was about CERT management successes, challenges, and call for action. It was delivered by one of our own, Victor from Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority. So this is day number 1. We are having exciting topics and the presentation for tomorrow. I'm sure that we'll have a robust discussion like the way we had today. And tomorrow we are going to have our resolutions for our forum of this year. And like the way I say, these resolutions are the ones that will guide us in everything that we do that has to deal with cyber security from this year to next year. So with these few remarks of a wrap-up, once again, very thankful for your very energetic discussions and well-presented different presentations that we have here. I thank my colleague Jason for moderating very well in today's sessions. And with these few remarks, I welcome you to have evening tea. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Director General of ICT Commission, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, for a wrap-up and closing remark. Just a polite reminder, the day 2 tomorrow will start at 7:30 in the morning. So we look forward for another day of engaging, discussion, and presentation. So 7:30 a.m. and breakfast will be served until 8:30. Afterward, we will start our day 2 session. Thank you so much and have a lovely evening. See you tomorrow.